Hello and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. Let's just set this up for Ghoul. There we go, Ghoul Gang. Okay. Yeah. No, okay. So there we are. And thanks for waiting, everybody. We are live. This is episode 15 of Ghoul Gang Rising. And this one's going to be the biggest doozy yet. And, we always say that, except we knew like 2 days into this week's cycle, we knew this was going to be the one. We, normally we gather the stuff, or mostly it's Reece that gathers the stuff near the end of the week. Once we've seen what everybody's had to say, but we already had world-ending cringe coming our way by the end of Monday of last week, and we knew this one was going to be the biggest doozy that you guys have ever actually witnessed. And you're in for some absolute cringe tonight. But fear not, because the Ghoul Gang is here again, and we are going to dunk epic style on the brainlet brigades, as we always do. But there are a lot of them tonight. This ain't going to be one of those, oh, we only do 2 videos and it's 4 hours. That ain't happening. We have a lot of cringe to trudge through. We have a cavalcade of cringe to dunk on this evening. And I can't think of anybody better to to dunk on this with than my co-host here, the thick dude. So so many
Yes,
memes.
the thick dude, ruler of Turkey, and also part-time does a channel called Spooky Nukies. So I'm here by popular request. Now this is going to be, that's not hyperbole. This is the worst, playlist that I've gathered for this show. And not much of an intro that I have. I think that we should really just jump into it, because otherwise we're delaying the inevitable pain. But I actually wanted to start with a clip that you sent me earlier this week.
Yeah.
Just so we have a little bit of a Ghoul Gang Rising staple in the beginning of the episode. This might be a clip from a bootlicker of sorts.
Yeah, we might have an alert to warn the people. So
warn them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only saving grace is this is a 30-second clip that we found on Twitter and was clearly taken from a live stream or like a patron stream of some sort. So this is the Green Goblin speaking about Syria, a topic that he's very versed on. If people really want to hear about Syria, they should watch our recent stream on Syria, because it was undoubtedly better than the entirety of his stream.
You saw this with Syria.
Okay. He looks like such a tool. I'm just going to say that right now before
we start with the ad homs.
Also, funny. He's using, I believe that's the standard blue mic, actually. Maybe it's the mic Pro that he got in black. But it's interesting because, you look into streamers and everything, what they use, the SM7B is pretty popular. It's like $500. I'm using a Yeti X now, and we're like halfway through paying it over on Ko-Fi. So big ups to the supporters of the channel. It's kind of surprising to see a guy who makes $300,000 a year use a standard Yeti, but that's cool. USB mic. So there you go. You don't need to have like the full interface system that a lot of the streamers do these days. So.
No, I mean, really, people don't come to Kyle's channel for professionalism. I think that I don't know what's going on, because a lot of his recent videos are like this. They're basically vlogs. They're not in his normal studio setup. So maybe he's on the road. Honestly, we don't care. We're here to hear him out, though. We're going to give him a chance.
Oh, yeah, we always do. We always hear him out. We always give him 100% of a chance. We never do the sound bites. We never take them out of context. We always watch the full video. That's why Ghoul Gang Rising.
This isn't the full 90-minute stream.
Yeah,
See?
we're not doing an 18-hour reaction video to God.
Well, then you're a hack. Hack confirmed.
Right, where they were trying to say Assad was the butcher and he was responsible for all these deaths. And
okay, hold it. So I went to the effort of finding the data.
Thank you.
We'll bring that up after because he's about to make another outrageous claim. Actually, probably an equally outrageous claim.
I think I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Might have to do with a boogeyman.
basically, we learned soon thereafter that it was Al Qaeda. Al Nusra Front was the name of it on the ground. They were the primary rebel group against Assad. The so-called moderate rebels were like jihadist aligned. And so this narrative of like, he's the butcher, he's like Hitler, it was just, honestly, it was propaganda. It wasn't accurate. And God, we wish we had our heads on right, you know, when they did that propaganda against Saddam Hussein.
Okay. We're going to take this in order. On the point about who's the butcher in Syria, Bashar the Butcher or Al Qaeda? Look at this, Kyle. We got graphs and charts, bro. So, who's responsible for the most deaths in Syria? This is as of 6 months ago. Documented deaths of civilians and combatants by group responsible. And this is a pretty conservative estimate. Oh, look at that. The Syrian government. 156,329. Look at that. Opposition groups. So, Al-Qaeda and al-Nusra would fall under either other or opposition groups in here. I think technically they'd fall under other, but oh yeah, other Islamist groups. That would be it. 528. That's right. That's right. Like the opposition groups is referring to like the FSA and everything. Islamic State is obviously, you know, they're not Al-Qaeda. Russian forces. Oh, look at that. Russia's number 4. And then other Islamist groups, including al-Nusra, that he just talked about as the bigger butcher than Bashar the Butcher, they're actually dead last. In other words, if you lived in Syria during the civil war, you had a 14 times higher chance of being killed by the Russians than by anybody affiliated with al-Nusra or al-Qaeda. Now, never mind the government. You had a 300 times more chance of being killed by the government than by al-Nusra. And what does this mean? Does this mean that al-Nusra and al-Qaeda are good guys? No, but it means they, like in the entire history of al-Qaeda, even including 9/11, they've killed nowhere near as many people as Assad has in 10 years. Like, it's not even close. So he's wrong. He's factually wrong.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's kind of the problem with a boogeyman, because we're not defending them on an ideological basis, and truthfully, they're seen as an obstacle. They're not seen as an allied force by the United States, by Saudi Arabia, by any of the coalition forces that have had any kind of work to do with Syria rather. That's the problem here. And he also said, I didn't pull up the numbers for this, but I was looking into it earlier. So he's saying that they're the primary group. They have thousands of less members than basically all the groups. How are they the primary group? What by what basis is he saying that the al-Nusra Front is the primary group against Assad?
Literally, the Syrian Democratic Forces have killed 2.5 times as many people there as al-Nusra.
And they have like 3,000 more fighters.
Yeah. It's insane. No, it's insane. And here's the thing. I've spoken with people in my personal life about this before, where I've tried to get them to snap out of the idea that Assad's the good guy. And they'll always say, well, you know, it's either him or al-Nusra. It's like, well, I'll take al-Nusra over Assad, hot take, but they have proven themselves, even in a war, to kill nowhere near as many people as Assad. So, you know, that's the thing. I mean,
truthfully, a lot of that, like Assad, obviously, he has a far more powerful apparatus at his disposal than a lot of these groups. So it's not really, it would be a bit of speculation to say what group, if they got into power, how many people they would kill as opposed to Assad. But really, the goal would not be to make the al-Nusra Front fighter, some random fighter from that group, the new leader of Syria. That would not be the goal at all.
I gotcha. But here's the thing. We actually have some evidence proving that I'm right here. ISIS did basically run a country, and they killed 14,000 people in their rule, and they were brutal, and they killed nowhere near as many people as Assad. Now, Assad had more people that he was able to kill, and he had an air force and everything, but that's also kind of the point. It's not like al-Nusra is ever going to get their hands on pilots that know what they're doing. They're never going to have the means to do that. That's the problem with these really modern ideologies, like what they have with Baathism in Syria or what they had in the Soviet Union, is that they allow themselves to kill on such a mass scale that even these like Salafists and stuff could never actually get the mechanisms to pull off. They kill brutally, but they don't kill on the same scale as the communists or the Baathists have done. That's the difference there. And so when Kyle talks about Al-Qaeda or al-Nusra as if they're worse than Assad, it's factually incorrect. Like, you actually have a higher chance of surviving potentially under even ISIS-controlled territory than under Assad's territory. So, which is dismal. No. Not to say that ISIS is good, but it points out that ISIS, which is this universally regarded evil, actually only killed about 8% as many people as Assad has killed. So,
his status and his status as an evil figurehead is, for some reason, up for debate. And
it's up for debate. That's right. Nobody's debating about ISIS. People are trying to argue that, well, Assad's secular and he protects Christians, bro, which is bullshit. It's not. He actually rewards the families of suicide bombers, and he has a long history in his family of persecuting religious minorities. So,
Islamists in a suit, bro. That's all it takes. You put on a suit, and people will assume that you are less radical and that you are not a threat to the nation. And that is the bias that we are arguing against. But we need to bring up this point because it's absolutely crucial. Kyle brought it back to Iraq. He brings everything back to 2003 rent-free.
No. Dick Cheney lives rent-free in this guy's head. You ask him who's vice president right now. You're like Dick Cheney or it's Kamala Harris. He'd have to think about it. Because like in his head, Dick Cheney's always the vice president.
His logic is because there's a group fighting against Assad who's ideologically dubious, and obviously they're a terrorist organization. Innocents have been caught in the crossfire when it comes to their fight with Assad. Absolutely, no one is denying this, and they are not seen as the good guys in this conflict by the Western coalition that's been operating in Syria to some capacity over the last 10 years. But Kyle takes that to say, because some of the people fighting Assad are dubious, that means Assad is not a butcher, even though, you have those numbers you just showed. And if only we had known this. No.
Fake propaganda, man. That's what he would say. He would say that it's Western propaganda, which is funny because those are pretty conservative estimates. I've seen estimates on the kill count that are way higher than 200,000. So, I mean,
yeah, no, that's like one of the most conservative estimates I've ever seen, to be quite honest with you. But Kyle took that, so that's his logic on Syria, and he says, if only we had known that with Saddam Hussein. So Saddam Hussein wasn't a butcher either. That was all propaganda. Saddam Hussein
he killed terrorists, bro. He killed terrorists, bro. That's what Donald Trump said. I mean, it's just, this is the problem. This is the problem with Kyle. Kyle is living in 2003. Kyle is living in an era when the Hawks were in charge. That's why he projects this idea that the neocon ghouls run everything. But he's not. We're not living in 2003 anymore. It's been 18 years, and he's fixated in that period when he was an angsty teenager during the Iraq War. He was fuming and dooming. He's pathetic.
Yeah, he I mean, even by his own words, that was his red pill moment. That was like one of the most the vote to go into Iraq was one of the most defining moments of his life. And you might think, wow, is it because he knew that an entire nation of millions was going to be liberated and that was going to be amazing? No. It was one of the most defining moments of his life because he was sad that a brutal, tyrannical dictatorship was going to come to an end, and he's literally still complaining about it to this day. 2021, yes. Oh no, we were fed so much propaganda about Saddam Hussein. He really wasn't a butcher, just like Assad. He's not a butcher either. I don't know how anyone can have this worldview. At the very least, there are so many people who could make a better anti-Iraq war argument than Kyle. Kyle's probably the worst because Kyle's the type of guy, you know what it is? He can't bring himself to say that these leaders like Assad and Saddam Hussein were not just bad people, but like historically awful people. Some of the worst people in modern history by far. He can't bring himself to say that because I think that part of him realizes that if he were to admit that, it's inevitable that you come to our side. It's inevitable. Once you realize the depravity that was occurring in Iraq and has been occurring in Syria for the last 10 years and even before that, really, but especially in the last 10 years, it's inevitable that you will come to our side. And Kyle doesn't want to do that.
Well,
one because the money's good.
No, I disagree that it's inevitable. I've spoken about this before. I've always said, most people will come around to our side because once you resolve the cognitive dissonance of claiming to believe in liberalism and everything, but then being opposed to these wars, you can either go one of two directions. You can go and join us and be consistent, or you can come out as a fascist and be consistent. Some people will become fascists or tankies.
That's true. You're not wrong about that.
So,
but I think that
base of the people that watch him, of the 950,000 people that watch him, almost everybody, at least 70%, would join us. Of his patrons, my guess is almost all of them would rather be tankies or fascists than liberal hawks. So,
it's a good prediction. In terms of where Kyle would fall, I think it really depends. I think that he's honestly a very conflicted guy, and it's almost like he has different value systems when it comes to the domestic front and the foreign policy front, and that is just unacceptable.
Well, that's
completely unacceptable.
That's the cancer of relativism that Douglas Murray talked about, right in the run-up to the Iraq War, that the West was awash in cultural relativism and people basically saying, well, they're not white, they don't look like me, so why should I care about their human rights? That's a huge problem. And it was a problem back then he mostly was calling out people on the left that had that issue. These days, it's a problem on the right and the left. It's progressives, it's the communists, it's the socialists, it's the labor folks, it's the alt-right, it's the nationalist, America First type people, isolationists. It's basically everybody. And to make it even worse, the so-called center, the sort of neoliberal establishment or whatever, just wants to do free trade and lift sanctions so they can make more money, rather than have to move factories to India or actually have to do a war that would cost money. So, and that's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And it means that in the era of cringe that we're living through right now, we're some of the only people that are actually speaking truth to power in all of this, So
that is quite the responsibility. But
well, somebody has to do it. Like if this channel didn't exist, if your channel didn't exist, who else would be doing it? Because there are a lot of channels out there that talk about foreign policy. I know somebody was criticizing my video on Turkey today because they were saying, they were criticizing my video on the China on China's Navy, and they're like, look, I could watch 100 different channels with better produced content going over the same stats and everything. And I just said to them, I'm like, oh, for sure, I don't disagree with that. Go and watch those channels. But they're not going to editorialize it. They're not going to tell you, what we should do about it. They're just going to be like Covert Cabal, where he just kind of goes over, oh yeah, they've been building up their Navy, and this is a challenge for the US and this kind and that. And it's like, but nobody actually goes into the morality of it. Nobody goes into, look, they have a bigger Navy. That's actually a threat. That's not just like, here's the numbers, read between the lines. I actually tell you what this means, and not very many channels do that. Usually, if they are going to do that, it's in the direction of Tucker Carlson, of like, oh, look, they're big and strong and we're weak, so therefore they're the good guys now. So, it's
yeah,
insane.
no, that was cringe.
But what I was going to say, though, is to the audience out there, if you're thinking like, wow, at least it was a short Kyle video, understand something. Nowhere near the worst take we've got a dunk on tonight.
Yeah, no, that's probably one of the better ones.
One of the better ones, to put this into context, because I always say that this is the worst we've ever done. But Reece is the one who collects the content, and he doesn't usually say that. And he's agreeing tonight that this episode is going to be the worst cringe for us to dunk on we've ever done.
Luckily for all of you, you have us as a filter. Meanwhile, we have nothing. We have no substantive economy.
Yeah,
we have nothing.
We only have Kiwis and mining, man. And
I'll take those.
Yeah.
Well, this is also a video I thought we should do. This was making the rounds on Twitter, and it may involve a particular gray zone contributor, which already tells you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. It's the worst one. So
yeah, there's really no preparing you for the depravity of this particular video.
So yeah.
Came to my attention that
oh god. Okay.
Oh no, you got the wrong one. You
What?
got the wrong one.
Oops. Okay.
I think we'll do that. We'll do that one in a bit. So that's a little tease, but I thought we should do the one with the other gray zone contributor.
Oh god damn it! What's the title? God damn it!
It was on Twitter. It's with Aaron Maté.
Okay.
So this will give us a little bit of context, because a lot of people were talking about Aaron Maté.
About Duma. God damn it! So I said I know you're right. You're right. God damn it. Okay.
I'm in Duma, Syria.
Kevin wanted to skip this, people. That's how bad it is. He was like, let's just, I would rather watch Max Blumenthal than this. But I think you'll see why this is a little bit of necessary context, because I think it was this particular video and maybe a few others that he was posting from Syria. He just gets flown into Syria to do their propaganda.
No.
That's why a lot of people.
We're not just playing this. We're going to have to do the same treatment. This is worse than Kyle. Okay, now we can talk about it.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion this week about Aaron Maté. I think most of it was prompted by this clip and a few other clips from Syria. The Young Turks talked about him, and
Davis.
Yeah, and you did a video about that. So people who are who watch the channel are going to be somewhat aware of this. But let's watch him. He's in Duma. Okay, guys, he's in Duma. Duma is a city, an utterly decimated city that has suffered dozens of chemical weapon attacks over the last 10 years, and a particularly egregious one in 2018 you might have heard about, that prompted a response from the US, the UK, and France. And so we have Aaron Maté. He's in Duma, and he has something to say. Is he gonna speak truth to power? Oh, he's not. Come on now. Never once will he speak to power.
Well, Jaeger says you have to have a government pass to get into regime Syria, so he did speak to power, and he licked their boots.
That's true.
Hence the bootlicker alert. Yeah, no, I'm going to say it right now. Fuck Maté. So let's take a look.
No,
at
he's honestly one of the worst people we've covered on the show.
No, he is. I mean, the gray zone is as bad as it gets. They're worse than Kyle in many ways. I mean, they have this air of journalism to it too. At least Kyle doesn't go out in the field to try to say, "Oh, look, I'm here. I saw stuff," or whatever. These guys try to present to you as if they're like actual journalists, risking their lives or whatever to get you information. Like, no, you're not. You're a darling of Damascus, Aaron.
Darling of Damascus. I love it.
Yeah, that'll be the title if I do this as a highlight clip. Darling of Damascus, Aaron Maté bootlegs for Bashar the Butcher. Take a look.
Not far from where the Duma deception was staged. One of the biggest...
Oh, come on, bruh.
The Duma deception.
I mean, I guess he's into the alliteration too. It's kind of my thing, but
yeah, except he's using it for the purpose of cringe. And
yeah, look at this mug ass punk face he's got right here.
How is this a good setup where you have to hold the little microphone that should clearly be clipped onto your shirt?
Wait. That's the smallest microphone I've ever seen. What is
the little pinprick microphone?
Wait,
that has to be something you can clip on your shirt, right?
Imagine that's the actual microphone that the regime provided for him. That's just the low T microphones that they use. Low stamina.
It's all they could get, man.
Yeah, low girth.
Low. That girth, though.
Yeah. I mean, basically the opposite of the thick dude over here. So
this is an objectively unthick dude.
Pro-war deception since the Iraq War. This is where...
deception. What deception are you talking about, Aaron? That Saddam had weapons of mass destruction? He did have weapons of mass destruction.
That was a deception.
Is he going to say Halabja was fake? Is he going to say our info campaign was fake, bro?
Every bad thing. I mean, we heard it in the Kyle video about the propaganda. So basically, every bad word that was spoken about Saddam Hussein, that was it. That was the Iraq War deception. Oh, he'd go there.
Unbelievable.
In April 2018, dozens of bodies were filmed inside of a building. And the people who put out this video claimed that the victims had been subjected to a chemical weapons attack by the Syrian government. This
Unbelievable. No, he is one of the worst. He's one of the worst. He's so bad, by the way. Like, I'm not just being hyperbolic here. He's one of the worst because even Anna Kasparian, somebody I've mocked ruthlessly in the past for being so isolationist and so much of a lunatic that she thinks that Tulsi Gabbard is a neocon. And yet even Anna Kasparian thinks that this guy's a piece of work. Even she told him to go fuck himself.
And
I had a video
honestly,
on that too. You can watch that video and you can check out Stephen Michael Davis' take on it because he's the one that brought it to my attention. So
yeah, no, he really stirred the pot in that, and that was really funny. But even then, so they're obviously they were speaking against it. I think for Anna Kasparian, it has a lot to do with the fact that she has Syrian ancestry. Syrian Armenian ancestry more than anything, but she opposes
regime change in Syria, though. So
yeah, she's not on our side. But at by just examining that little kerfuffle, that's not a battle that they're winning. By the way, That's not a battle that Jank and Anna are going to be winning within their own circles, within their own
not within
community.
progressives. Within progressive circles, Aaron Maté, Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kulinski, Voosh, and friends, they're winning. Actually, Anna Kasparian's going to be canceled now as a corporate brunch Democrat, lib, neocon. Cool.
What do you go to? Do you go to brunch? I knew it.
No, they're going to say that the whole thing was just a way for her to get clout, leeching off progressives so that she could have brunch with AOC and Nancy Pelosi.
This is already an astounding video, man.
No, we're only 20%. No, we're 15% through.
Like years on, they're still denying that this happened.
This is 2 years and almost 2 months on. And he's there to try to be like, look, I'm there. I'm here right now. I don't see any chemical weapons anywhere.
That offers so much validity. I'm in the area.
Why does he have to be there? He's only there because he got the permission of the regime. Duh.
And they gave him the small microphone.
I mean, even Chris Morlock is in the chat right now. He's a communist. He says Kasparian is a fraud, a State Department socialist. So there you go.
Well, yeah, of course.
And he's a fan of Grey Zone. So
of course, he doesn't like Kasparian then.
No, but see, that's the point. Is like a lot of the people that the Young Turks would try to appeal to, they're not down anymore. They've moved to the left of the Young Turks.
Yeah, no, I don't know if that was the plan all along, or if they truly weren't predicting how radicalized their former base could have become. But
there's no way it was the plan. No, it wasn't the plan all along. Their viewership is terrible. They're desperate.
That's true. That's very true.
Laid off. They fired over half of their crew. They're hurting. They need views. There's no way they would be like, how can we do some drama to get rid of half of our fans? No, they were in a post-game show. They were in a post-game show, and I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Stephen Michael Davis, he must have been recording it or something. I'm not sure because he got that clip. I never saw that clip anywhere else.
Yeah, I think. Well, it wasn't publicly available before he posted it. So
no. So he must have been a member of TYT Too Strong or whatever to see what they're up to. So good on him. And hopefully he gets compensated with support because you have to pay for that. And he brought that to our attention, and that's the thing. They've always been more honest in post game. I've watched Young Turks since like 2007, 2008. In their main show, they're pretty professional and everything, and then in the post game, they're kind of more like how we are tonight. And they're more honest, and yeah, I think they thought that their paying members wouldn't really ratio them or whatever, because their paying members are the more reasonable progressives. They're not the Jimmy Dore types. If they were, they would have left when Jimmy Dore canceled them. So the paying members that they have are cringy. They're a bunch of woke scolding, virtue signaling hacks, but they're not far left. They're not tankies. And by and large, the people watching that show agreed with Anna Kasparian. But then it got out, and the majority of those that watched TYT probably, well, and there's a little bit of a debate here too over how much it will cancel them, because if we're being honest, most tankies don't actually watch Young Turks anymore, so they already left them. There's a reason why they average about 0.5% views per subscriber. Like, it's dismal. If they got 5 million views, they're lucky to get 100,000, or 5 million subs, I should say. They're lucky to get 100,000 views on a video these days. Like, a typical video from them gets what a Vosh video will get in the first 3 hours. So, and they have 20 times as many subs as Vosh. So
no, they used to really have a monopoly on the market, but times have changed. It's not 2005 anymore. And
Okay. Yeah, Stephen Michael Davis is a TYT member.
yeah, no,
It's
that obviously, it's really funny that we know and have been in somewhat regular contact with the person who started that whole that whole controversy.
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
so funny.
I've talked to Davis before. He's a cool guy. I haven't actually watched very much of his stuff or anything. I'll have to give him more of a look through at his content. I think because there are actually like a decent number of like pretty cool content creators out there that do stuff. Like we got Kraut, we got Stephen Michael Davis, we got people.
Kirk Wilcox.
Kirk Wilcox, that's the other guy that I was thinking of, where it's like, I don't agree with Kirk on, a bunch of stuff, but on a lot of the fundamentals, we see eye to eye on a lot of things. And yeah. And there are other people out there where they might not, like, they'll have some hawkish takes, even if the majority of their content isn't foreign policy focused.
Mm-hmm.
And they tend to be pretty cool people. So, yeah.
A lot of those guys, they're on a short list of potential guests in the future. I'd love to get Stephen Michael Davis on the podcast.
No, absolutely. We gotta get Stephen Michael Davis on. We gotta get Kirk Wilcox on. I'd love to have Crowd on here at some point. I'd also say, as well, they actually, funny thing is, the invitation is always open to KGB Crystal and Kremlin Kyle. They're also welcome to come on. And we can dunk on foreign policy videos with them. So that'd be fun. We could even watch a Kyle video.
Well, you know what? That would be the best way to interview Kyle, because he could be like, okay, so this face you're making here, I forget what you just said. I want the face to be explained. That's the real mystery to me.
That's the thing. We're not going to like grill him on foreign. We already know where he stands on foreign policy. We're just going to be like, so is this natural, or do you do those purposefully to get thumbnails and stuff out of them for us? Because we're the ones that make the thumbnail bait, basically, for clips with his videos. I'd also say, down the road, it'd be kind of fun to get Joe Rogan on here, because Rogan's the kind of guy where if he's on here,
that's way down the road.
No, I know that's down the road, but I feel like we could even hawkbill him a little bit. I feel like Jesse Lee Peterson. You position things the right way. You can even get him to drop a couple hawkbills. Who knows?
Are you an atheist?
No, I'm just imagining like Jesse would be here right now, and he'd be like, "This guy looks like a beta." And we'd be like, "Yeah,
he's not wrong." So there you go.
Like, yeah, you call him a child of the lie. You call him Satan spawn.
We got to get back into it.
I know we got to get back into it, but we also
we're having too much fun. There's too much joyful laughing and smiling. That's not allowed on this show, Kevin.
That's true.
Only pain is allowed on this show.
That's true.
Led to airstrikes on Syria by the US, UK, and France. But now we know that the alleged Duma incident was staged. We know that because a hospital scene that was filmed here was confirmed by the people who were in the video and
Wait. It's confirmed, bro. Like,
confirmed by who?
Confirmed. He's saying it was confirmed by people in the hospital, which, dude, oh my God. So I had some dude who commented today on my video about Anna Kasparian and the drama with Aaron Maté, trying to say that it was fake. And I said to him, I'm like, even the United Nations agrees with us, the useless peaceniks over there. And he was like, even the UN, they don't do anything about American imperialism. I'm just like, it's funny because we talk about how the UN doesn't do anything about like Assad gassing people or whatever. The funny thing is, we're actually both right on that. He's also right. That's the funny thing. When people say, oh, you can't just invade Iran, what would the rest of the world think? What would the UN think? It doesn't matter. Like, he's actually right about that. The UN wouldn't be able to do anything if America invaded Iran. What are they going to do? Whine, bitch, moan? Like,
that's too funny. They're literally seen as finger waggers by everyone, essentially. which
Yeah,
is,
because this guy's like a tanky basically, and he thinks that the UN are stooges, or not even necessarily stooges, but he just thought that the UN is feckless in that they have no way to challenge American hegemony. So, which I agree with.
true.
So,
And the problem there is that they're supposed to stand as some noble international organization, and they've been utterly corrupted by totalitarianism over the years and are not a reliable ally.
No, but as I've always said, the big misconception with the UN is that they were good and then they got corrupted somewhere along the line. And I've always said, like, look, I took a course on the UN and I went through the history of the UN. I did model UN in high school and university for like 6 years. The United Nations, since its inception in 1945, was a compromise between good and evil. There was only one brief exception in the entire history of the UN since 1945 when they were unequivocally acting as a moral actor, and that was when the USSR boycotted them in 1950, and we were able to get police action approved in Korea. That was the only time the UN has ever acted as a moral body. The rest of the time, it's always been a compromise between the West and the forces of darkness. So the UN is a joke. The UN should be abolished. The UN, I mean, John Bolton said he'd take 20 floors off the UN and wouldn't make a difference in the world. I'm like, why not just get rid of the whole thing and use that building for low-income apartments in New York? That would make the world a better place. So, like, everything that the UN can do, NATO can do better. So,
yeah, I'm not speaking in favor of them. I'm more saying that, theoretically, people envision it as standing for something greater, but it never really has, and we're not all too surprised by the modern trajectory either. So
71 years. Like, it's literally been 71 years since the UN you could say was actually a resolute moral body. Every other time it's been, oh, what do the Russians have to say? Like, because the Russians learned their lesson, they're never doing that again. They're never boycotting the UN again. So
no. There wouldn't be much point to it. So on this video, he's about to do to pull an InfoWars here and essentially treat it like, well, he's already kind of done it, but it's a crisis actors conspiracy.
That's right.
Those people who died horrifically in the gas attack, that was all fake.
It was just acting, bro. Just acting, bro.
This was apparent, according to him, it was a staged attack to make the regime known for using chemical weapons look bad. And so what? Like, they can't even get their conspiracy straight, though, because for so many years people were saying, oh yeah, people died, but they were killed by the rebels. Now they're saying, oh no one died at all, it was all fake.
That's true. But it's not like you really needed to make the regime look bad. They're already dismal. I mean, they're already dismal. But unfortunately, humans respond more abruptly and more viscerally to images of people being gassed rather than 100,000 people being shot over 7 or 8 years. So
that's true. And that's just kind of an interesting way that people digest information, I suppose, in terms of what they would deem as, okay, this is worth intervening over, this isn't worth intervening over. And no, we obviously the chemical weapon attacks are horrific, and it brings about a much more horrific death than a bullet would, for in most circumstances. But at the same time, it is interesting to see what people latch onto, and even then, there's a considerable amount of people in the West who are like Maté, and they're straight up denying that this happened in the first place.
That's true.
I mean, they would go as far, I truly believe, to deny every documented instance of something like this happening, and that's insane.
No, absolutely. I'm gonna play the rest of the video, then I'm gonna have a shout out afterwards. So we'll
I
continue
gotcha.
the video now. Oh, StreamYard having a normal one again.
StreamYard is saving us.
Was confirmed by the people who were in the video and doctors to be a hoax.
No. He's lying. He's lying. Even the United Nations disagrees with him. If anybody was going to shill for Assad, it would be the UN. And yet, even they're like, oh man, the PCW, man. Even those guys were like, yeah, it's kind of unequivocally true. It happened. This is old news too. We're in 2021. These guys are still going to be bitching and twitching about this in 10 years.
That's
the doom
true.
and deception. Think about it. They're all going to be doing their little circle jerk over on Abby Martin in Caracas. And well, actually, you know, I'm not 100% sure. Does she live in Caracas or does she live in America? Because she works for Venezuelan television. Does she actually live there now? She speaks in English on the show. But.
Yeah, no, I'm not entirely sure. I believe that she had to be in the U.S. recently regarding her lawsuit. So, and we will potentially be getting into that later. But in terms of where she lives, I had heard that she actually wasn't working for Telesur at the moment and went back to Russia Today. But that might be bullshit.
Wow. Well, let's try to get through this one. It is a short video. We're about a third of the way through, but like I said, look, this is worse than the Kyle one. It's not even close. This one is so much more embarrassing and egregious and despicable and repugnant. I mean, honestly, Aaron Maté makes Kyle look like Hillary Clinton in comparison. So
Oof. There you go.
Put on by the White Helmets, which was a...
Oh, come on. That's right. So here he goes.
White Helmets.
Here he is. He's about to go and slander heroes. Absolute heroes. I mean, the amount of slander that they've received, I know, I was exposed to a lot of that slander when I was in university by a lot of people that consider the White Helmets to be basically terrorists. I mean, you got to be kidding me. This is what passes for the normal mainstream line amongst the youth here in Canada. Oh yeah, the White Helmets, right? They're CIA. They're terrorists.
They're basically like the Red Cross on the ground.
Yeah, basically, yeah, that's it. That's it. And yet, if you ask a lot of politically active young Canadians what do they think of the White Helmets, where are you going to get? You're going to get, well, they're stooges of the American Empire. So,
well, of course, you know, anyone who's not a fan of this regime and wants to see them removed from power, they must be aligned with the United States.
That's one of the slanders. They work with Al Qaeda, man.
Yeah, no. This is preposterous, man. This really is. To see a video like this.
He's so much worse than Kyle. He's so much worse than Kyle.
No, this is really going to the source of the pain.
He makes Anna Kasparian look good, unironically. How?
That's true.
Because Tulsi looks good compared to Anna. Because even Tulsi wants to fight some terrorists. This is insanity. How far the Overton window has shifted and how immersed and compromised online spaces have become in the absolute connivances of our enemies to subvert our freedom against us. Because it's not like he's got 1,800 viewers or something. No. They make a lot of money. They have a wide reach. There are hundreds of thousands of people out there, not just in America, but throughout the West, that take this guy seriously.
Yeah. And he's gonna win. He's gonna win that little civil war in the progressive community. Anna Kasparian's not gonna win. Cenk Uygur's not gonna win. No. He's gonna win because it really is a den of vile depravity over there.
And my hope with that is that Anna gets disillusioned, and that serves as her experience of being mugged by reality, and
That should be it.
eventually comes around to realize that the only way to stop the actual atrocities in, I guess, her ancestral homeland ish. I did think that she was Armenian, but you know, it goes way back. You know, that's the thing. Maybe she does eventually say, maybe regime change would have resulted in fewer people dying. I'll take that over this bullshit right now. No. I'm going to say Aaron Maté is one of the biggest scumbags on the internet. You know, like people talk about, it was douchey what Logan Paul did, you know, laughing at a suicide cemetery in the woods and stuff in Japan and everything. And it's like, there's always all that drama around like these e-celebrities and everything, and how they'll do crass stuff, and sometimes they'll have scandals and everything, and people will be like, look at that jackass or whatever. But no. Those guys look like angels by far. Like the weird antics of the Jake Paulers and shit like that is basically memes. These guys are the worst people on the internet. These guys are the true enemies of freedom. These guys are the fifth columns. These guys are the traitor next door. They don't live in Syria. They live here, and yet they will carry the water of our enemies to the grave. So this guy, by the way, this guy, Aaron Maté, I just want to reemphasize this before anybody accuses us of being progressive shills for Anna or whatever. We're not fans of Anna Kasparian. We're not like latching onto this because of the drama with Anna or whatever. We've done this show since February. Well, I'm going to be doing my channel for another 48 years minimum. Yeah, we despise the Young Turks, and yet Aaron Maté makes the Young Turks look like reasonable centrists in comparison that you can maybe agree on some stuff with. It's insanity. It's fucking insane. Insanity. And they make minimum $20,000 a month on Patreon, by the way. Minimum over at the Gray Zone.
What a world, man.
They won't even accept your money if you say to me, no, Kevin, you suck, but I'm kind of broke. I want to help them, but I've only got a couple dollars a month to help them. They'll tell you to fuck off. They will not accept anything less than $13.50 a month Canadian. They won't even take your $2 on their Patreon.
Fuck your $2.
That's right. That's right. That's how rich these guys are. To do this, absolute blood money. This is the same as basically pimping diamonds from an African warlord who's got child slaves and stuff, except, you know, that warlord doesn't even rule over 150,000 people, never mind have the means to kill 150,000 people, like this guy's daddy did. No, so Aaron Maté, and like the thing is, he's pretty online, bro. There's a chance he sees this at some point. If he ever does, hey, Aaron, fuck you.
Harsh words.
We're only about a third through this. So,
like the real problem with videos like this, especially like it's funny years on from the attack that he's referencing, let alone all the other attacks, but the particularly egregious attack that the world at large took notice of. They're still trying to gaslight us that the regime known for using chemical weapons didn't use chemical weapons, and either it was the rebels gassing themselves or the rebels no one even died. No one even, it was all a hoax. I mean, at that point, basically everything should be a hoax. The moon landing, like where does it stop at that point? At least the conspiracies that came before were a bit more believable and not as convoluted. You know, I will go as far to say that the conspiracy that the rebels killed their own people is more believable than the conspiracy that all these people didn't die. That's a bit harder to spin. That's a bit of a harder sell, but they're going for that. They're going for broke, and they've been pursuing that for the last few months at least. That's their big thing, is to deny that a regime infamous for using chemical weapons, used chemical weapons again on a rebel-controlled city. They were the only group in the area capable of such an attack, as Jaeger was pointing out earlier in the chat, and as we've known for many years. No facts about this case have changed. There have been very artificial headlines and quote-unquote leaks about things that really amount to nothing. The facts of the case did not change. The viability of the attack coming from one group over another did not change in 3 years. And people want to gaslight you into thinking it did. All in an attempt to make a murderous regime that's already killed hundreds of thousands, not with chemical weapons, look good. That's where we're at, man. That is the fucking absurdity of this world. They want to convince you of that. Who's going to fall for that except for a Ba'athist or some kind of alt-right graper who thinks that Assad is based?
No. But here's the thing: like, there's a serious answer to that. It's not just like the most insane 120 emojis of different radical ideologies, Twitter bio bros. I've known otherwise normal 50-year-olds, you know, just in my personal life and stuff, that unironically think that Assad is the good guy and that he's like a protector of Christians and that he's fighting Al Qaeda, you know, and then America helps Al Qaeda. These memes that they're doing, it's not like they're just reaching your 16-year-old basement bro who's got nothing better to do than to fap to hentai porn and watch The Gray Zone and Nick Fuentes. No, this shit gets out there. And we're talking about Canada. We're not talking about Armenia. We're not talking about Belarus. We're not talking about another Russian puppet state. We're talking about a pretty progressive part of Canada that I live in, where this is just, you know, anybody who talks about politics, get into foreign policy, the default is that Assad's misunderstood, that Assad's demonized by America. So, look, I mean, I know we got to get through the rest of the video. It's just that this is part of the reason. Yeah, that's part of the reason why. I like that. Hello, Cox. I just noticed you changed your name.
I thought it was amusing. So
yeah, no. I know. We gotta keep going with the video. It's crazy how a 30-second Kyle video, you think it takes an hour to analyze, takes like 5 minutes, but 43 seconds of Aaron so far takes the hour.
A U.S., UK funded organization that worked very closely with the sectarian militias inside Syria, including the one that controlled this town called Jaish al-Islam. And we also know that Duma was staged because,
like, they always like to point to that kind of thing as like, oh, that's conspiracy. The U.S. and the UK should be funding the White Helmets. Like, that's actually, that's like he's saying, the White Helmets, a U.S. UK funded initiative. It's like, that's good though. That's good.
That's based.
We should be funding all kinds of, you know, civilian and militaristic opposition in Syria, because the current governance of Syria is completely unacceptable. They just had their election with a win for good old Bashar the Butcher. 95.1% of the nation loves Bashar. So very believable. Obviously, that's what happened. No, we should be aggressively pursuing, you know, support of opposition forces in Syria. And honestly, we should have been doing that even more so 10 years ago. But hindsight's 2020.
No, 100%.
We have to live in the moment.
the world's top chemical weapons watchdog, the OPCW, came here and they conducted an investigation. And their investigation found no evidence of the chemical weapons.
That's incorrect. He's got one whistleblower that he'll go to who's a disgruntled intern or whatever from the OPCW. We're supposed to believe that. Give me a break.
Well. See, Kevin, that means there was a leak. There was a guy. There was a guy tangentially involved with the investigation, and he said it was bullshit.
He's trying to have you believe right now that those attacks that we saw in film were fake. I can't convey to you how crazy that is. Now, everybody who's watching here, at least the normal people that watch this, they already know how absurd and crazy that is. That's like Alex Jones saying that they put the atrazine in the water to turn the frogs gay. That's what the deep state does. And you're like, dude, that's insane. But
or calling Sandy Hook a false flag.
Crisis actors. But then we have to deal with people who will say, well, yeah, what's the problem with it? It's true. And you're like, how can you believe that? How do you even cross the street without getting run over by a car? Like, you're that lost. Your intellectual faculties are so stunted and malformed that it raises the question, how do you get through anything in life? I mean, because you must be the type of person where I can just tell you, like, yo, how much do you have in your wallet right now? And they're like, well, I got money. And it's like, oh yeah, prove it. Are you rich or are you poor, bro? And they're like, and they'd be like, no, I got $1,000 here. You want to see it? And hand it to the guy. And then the guy just runs off. That's how gullible these people are. Like, these people are just begging to be scammed. It's basically what you infer from this. Like, because if they can believe this, they've probably already sent money to that Nigerian prince. How do these people even pay the bills?
Well, we know how Aaron pays
They
the
have
bills.
no bullshit detector. Their bullshit detector was made in China, dude.
A knockoff.
A knockoff of a Russian knockoff.
Oh man.
No, I don't get it. If somebody tells you that they have a favorable view or that they watch this guy unironically, run for the hills. They're insane. They're a lunatic. They're a nutter.
Attack. And they even found evidence that this incident was staged on the ground. But their findings were doctored and suppressed.
No.
Doctor.
Staged on the ground. It was an air attack.
No. So how do you explain the aircraft that took off from Al Shayrat Air Base in Syria? What are we talking about?
He just said, he didn't even really specify the evidence. He just said that there was evidence that it was staged on the ground. But that is not possible. How? Given the canisters used, given the damage caused, how was this staged on the ground? That would be magic. Like, you can't make that work.
You know, it's a different base. I'm thinking of a different chemical attack. Assad used Shayrat to do a different one. It might have been 2017. I forget the date. He's done multiple ones. This one, yeah, no, it was TS Air Base that they would have departed from. Yeah, I don't get it. How do you stage Russian jets? Did the rebels even have access to the jets? Like, what are we talking about? They didn't control those air bases.
Yes, and all in an effort to make the regime look bad.
But you don't need to make the regime look bad. They've already gassed people. He's talking about the 2018 one, not the prior ones. But keep in mind, the whole red line under Obama was an earlier gas attack. The guy's done multiple gas attacks. Like, I'm just gonna go for a list of Assad gas attacks. These are multiple. Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. He was referencing the 2018 attack.
Numerous incidents of chemical weapons attacks. I just want to bring up right here. I'm gonna share a screen over to Wikipedia. Actually, just take a look at use of chemical weapons in the Syrian civil war for a few of the examples.
CIA propaganda, man. Deep state propaganda.
So and there's Duma right there. So
Jaeger said, speaking of evidence, the OPCW found no evidence that the rebels had the capability of performing the gas attacks. Well, yeah.
well,
Maybe
they don't have an Air Force.
maybe that's why they've altered the conspiracy. So now they're saying, well, actually, it didn't happen at all because it makes no. See, I think I'm onto something because they can't say the rebels did it because they obviously didn't have the capability of doing such an attack.
No. But you're right. You're right. But they've moved the goalposts. If we were to go back a year and a half, you're right. Their narrative was it was a false flag, and now they're saying it was fake. So they used to admit that a gas attack happened, and now they don't. So eventually, like 10 years down the road, they're going to be forced to admit that, yes, it did happen, but the rebels deserved it. That's going to be their new line. So
that'd be more honest.
The world only got to hear about them because of a series of damning leaks, including the original report that that team wrote, but that senior officials above them at the OPCW tried to censor and ultimately keep from the public. And now this cover-up...
I mean, look, we're going to be here all night. Everything this guy says is bullshit. Everything. There's not an honest word that comes out of this guy's mouth. He's a fucking liar. He's a filthy liar. He knows he's lying, by the way. He's lying for money right now. Let's just be real about that. He gets paid a lot of money to do this. He gets paid, a decent amount of money, more than most people make, to shill for a regime that gasses kids with chlorine gas.
Just another working Joe.
Yeah, he is. He is basically an approval stamp and a deflector for war crimes. Basically, because they always have this duality of narrative. They always officially say, no, it didn't happen. But there's always that underlying and implied attitude of, but they deserved it. That's always what comes from these people. And you hear it in their fan base. You ever talk with fans of these guys, they'll be more honest about it, where they'll say, well, Assad's got to do what he's got to do. You got to crack a few eggs, right? So they'll often say, well, they wouldn't have gotten gassed if they didn't rise up, for example, if they didn't do the revolution. So
continues, because even though this cover-up has become public, the same countries that bombed Syria and waged this dirty war, led by the US and UK, have fought the inspectors, refused to let them air their suppressed evidence. And so what this all means is that this pro-war
I think I know why he uses a phrase like dirty war, because, well, we've made this point in many past episodes, but these guys are not pacifists. They are hawks for the other side. They're hawks they're basically Assadist hawks. So what Assad is doing, that's a just war. Cracking down on dissidents in his country, that's a just war, no matter what he has to do to maintain his rule. But what the U.S. is doing, which has barely been any kind of involvement, really, most of the involvement was fighting ISIS, and then, obviously having to, maintain deals or whatever with groups on the ground during the midst of a civil war. But I guess that's a dirty war. It's happening more covertly behind the scenes. And it's dirty because it's being done on a regime that he shills for. That's really the main point.
To deny justice to the victims who were killed here, the dozens of people who were filmed dead inside Duma, not far from me.
What? You just said it was fake.
Hold on. We need to go back. I feel like the story's unraveling a little bit.
Hold on a second. Is he talking about conventional? Like, is he talking about later on? Or I'm pretty sure he's talking about the attack that he just tried to claim was a false flag after claiming, or no. He used to claim it was a false flag, and now he claims that it was a crisis actor and nobody died. Okay.
Continues to deny justice to the victims who were killed here, the dozens of people who were filmed dead inside Duma.
Dude, you understand you just contradicted your own narrative. Aaron, you're not good at that. I would be a better shell for the Assad regime than you. I could at least parrot a propaganda line consistently.
I'm astounded. How this is within a 2-minute period.
Aaron, you're fired. They can just get a better shell. They can get Max or somebody to go and do what you're doing.
Oh, jeez.
Except they can't.
Max.
You can't talk, but you know.
Yeah, he'd stumble through this even worse. But no,
This
like, okay,
40, this 2-minute clip would be 18 minutes if it was Max, and he'd say, "Who were filmed inside and some justice and shit."
that sounds like him.
Justice denied, man.
So just so people understand what's happening here. He's saying there needs to be justice for the dozens of people who have passed on, who were filmed here. But earlier he was saying that this was a confirmed hoax, that the chemical attack in 2018 was a confirmed hoax and that no one actually died. But they're falling back on their old conspiracies.
Insane.
Utterly shocking.
Far from me. The cover-up is denying them justice, and until the inspectors are heard, until the OPCW cover-up can be addressed seriously, these people will be denied justice, and we will never know who really killed them, and the people who really killed them will continue to get away with it.
What? He kept going on with that point. Who really killed them? A confirmed hoax. Just play those clips back to back. Who really killed them? Denied justice.
Wait.
Confirmed hoax.
Where was the clip when he talked about the hoax? We have to go back just to contrast.
In this video.
Just in this video. No. We're gonna go back.
Syrian government. This led to airstrikes on Syria by the US, UK, and France. But now we know that the alleged Duma incident was staged. We know that because a hospital scene that was filmed here was confirmed by the people who were in the video. And
wait, but you say 1.5 minutes later from this point, Aaron, that those people died and that you want justice for those people who were killed, that were filmed dead. Aaron, you suck at your job. You're not even a good shill. Even Kyle's a good boy. This is stupid. How do you even still have this job? Like this is the point here later on when he starts talking about justice for those who were killed. That's when the minders for the Assad government come in and say, this contradicts the narrative that we gave for you. Uh-oh. You did an oopsie, Aaron.
Like, honestly, it was so stupid. Even we took a minute to register it. We were like, wait, what? No, you like seriously, like did we play another video?
No. You know the minders told him after. They're like, what the fuck was that at the end? And he was like, oops. So was this live? The only way that I could think that this would have been released publicly is if this was live and he fucked up. There's no way.
But he posted this he posted this clip to his own Twitter.
No. But how?
He did it, man. I don't know what to tell you.
How? So he doesn't realize he undermined his own narrative there. No. I want to go back.
I don't think anyone would have bothered calling him out. Honestly.
No. This is insane. So even if you're a tanky and you support Assad, understand Aaron just undermined your case.
Yeah, he's crossing narratives here. Crossing different conspiracy theories that completely contradict one another.
Wow.
That the alleged Duma incident was staged. We know that because a hospital scene that was filmed here was confirmed by the people who were in the video and doctors to be a hoax put on by the White Helmets, which was a US, UK funded organization that worked very closely with the continues to deny justice to the victims who were killed here, the dozens of people who were filmed dead.
That's going to be a highlight clip.
Dude.
If you're wondering how much time differential was there between those, roughly 60 seconds. Aaron's not good at this. He's just not. Look, here's my advice to the Assad regime right now. You want a guy that can actually speak. So we're not talking about Max. We're not talking about moron Max. He's on your side, but he's not good with the rhetoric. He doesn't have the oratory skills that you require. So we're not talking about him. Here's my advice to you. Maybe offer what RT's paying to Peter Lavelle. That guy can hold a consistent narrative and not bungle it within 60 seconds. You might also want to consider hiring somebody such as Jimmy Dore. Here's who you might not want to have on your payroll anymore, though. Aaron Maté. Because here's the problem with him. He's just not good at telling a lie and keeping the little details straight. And if you're going to be a professional liar, that's disqualified. That's disqualified. Maybe it's because he's young. Maybe it's because he's surrounded by yes men that big up him all the time. Maybe it's because he feels he's invincible and that he's on top of the world. Whatever it is, he's not a good propagandist. You actually need to have a better propagandist. I would be a better propagandist. Now, I have morals, so I wouldn't work for you. But you need somebody like Peter Lavelle. You can't have this guy out here within 60 seconds, by the way. It's not like this was a 2-hour stream where he accidentally contradicted himself like 1 minute or 1 hour and 40 minutes through versus what he said at 37 minutes through. No. We're talking about what he said 30 seconds through and when he said about 1 minute and 35 seconds through. He's actually one of the worst propagandists out there. Not in terms of despicability. Yeah, he's despicable. He's despicable, but he's not good at this. He's not good at this. He actually sucks at his job. He sucks at being a bootlicker, actually. That's pathetic.
He needs to go to bootlicking trainer school, you know.
I mean, Ben
Training
Norton
camp.
is another one. No. Ben Norton could do this better. May get Ben Norton to do it next time. Aaron, you also posting that to Twitter, just like, yeah, look at this. That also proves you don't even know you screwed up, which means he's not only bad at telling a lie, he's also a complete idiot. What do you even say? So like half of this was about the insane claims he was making, and then the other half of this turned into, look at how he can't even hold a simple narrative together. Because I know Reece wouldn't do that. If Reece was paid by the government, he wouldn't be contradicting himself 60 seconds through. He'd just be like, yeah, no, all the comrades love the great leader. And that'd be that.
Fairly egregious mistake, we'll say. And that's what we got for Aaron Maté today. He really exceeded our expectations.
No, that might be the worst. I know this is hyperbolic, but that might actually be the worst video we've ever reacted to, because we react to ridiculous videos where people say grotesque things, but this guy did that and then contradicted himself while trying to do two simultaneously disgusting conspiracy theories. He tried to do,
point.
Because in the first half of the video, he was talking about how it was all fake and the UN and everybody's trying to cover it up, and the Americans are trying to cover it up and harass the people trying to expose the truth. And that's an insane conspiracy theory that denies the chemical attack that happened. And the second half of it, he tries to say that it was a false flag, that the rebels gassed kids in their own territory to make Assad look bad. And he does them both within the span of 70 seconds. And those narratives are mutually exclusive. They both cannot be true. Either those people died or they didn't die. And he told you there in that 2-minute video that we just watched that they did die and that they didn't die.
There's
No, that's the worst one.
alternate.
That's the worst one because we already knew going into it that he was a piece of work, that he was absolute filth, and that his Ba'athist propaganda was disgusting. He's worse than Kyle. But he's also the worst at purporting this propaganda. So I'm saying it. That's the worst out of 15 episodes. Probably 40, 45 clips that we reacted to or more. Maybe 50 clips. Maybe even more than that. That's the worst one. That's the worst one. I don't even think it's close. Because I don't remember Jimmy Dore contradicting himself within 60 seconds. I remember Max contradicting himself within 60 seconds. Chris Hedges isn't that dumb. That's insane. No, Aaron Maté is one of the dumbest people alive.
If any of our followers out there have
Alex
a
Jones
suggestion,
wouldn't even do that. Alex Jones isn't even that dumb. And he has to juggle a 1,000 trillion conspiracy theories in his head, and he doesn't even screw up like that. That's insanity, man. Like, what do you even say? I can't get over how disgusting that was and how much of an epic fail that was. Like,
those are two competing elements.
Like, what do you make of that, Reece? What do you make of that assessment that that's the worst we've ever reacted to?
I think I'd largely agree. I would be curious to see what the listeners think, if or viewers, I suppose. It is a visual podcast. If you have any suggestions for any of the videos that we've watched for the past 14 episodes, if there was one that was worse, I would be surprised, honestly. There was something, I think that you'd mentioned something earlier about a shout out. I don't know if it was specifically related to this video.
No. Thank you for reminding me.
But I'll give my own little shout out just because this video did remind me of it. Because obviously you did that video related to Anna Kasparian and Aaron Maté, but also one of our mutuals, Suzuki, did a video too recently that was very good on the matter. And what he said in the video was he compared this video. It would be like going to the site of Auschwitz and doing Holocaust denial.
That's correct.
That's like, this isn't just Aaron Maté in his apartment or in a studio. No, he went to the city, and you can see how utterly dilapidated the city is behind him. And he's simultaneously spinning two conspiracies that it was a hoax. The chemical weapon attack was a hoax.
But you know it's worse than that, because if you were to go to Auschwitz right now and do Holocaust denial and film it, that would be very bad. But Germany, in order to go there, it's not like the German government is only letting you in there to do that. It would be like doing that while it was under a Nazi administration, you know, because the only way that he was allowed to go to Duma was with the express permission of the Syrian government. So it's actually worse. It's actually worse. So because if you were to do that in Germany, that's crazy. You're not, but at least you're not upholding that regime. They're done. They're dead. But he's upholding an active regime that will very likely, you guys saw that list, probably do this again. And again, and again, and again, depending on how long the war goes on. Now, I've always said, you know, I might have had a video about this a long time ago. It might have been one of the ones that YouTube removed for being like too mature or whatever. I said, as soon as Assad wins this thing, it's going to be like the Hunger Games. He's going to do a massive purge of the population. Anybody associated with anybody that was involved in the revolution, he's going to make a show of them for decades. You know, the violence doesn't end if Assad just magically reconstitutes power of over all of Syria. That's the point when the blood starts to really, start flowing on the ground, because he's going to come for everybody that was associated with the revolution. He's going to make an example of that. You know, this is what happened in Vietnam. This is what happened in Korea. This is what happened in many different places. As soon as the communists take back power, if you're seen as bourgeois or whatever, you're going to re-education camps. And good luck making it alive. So, no, and of course, Syria is more brutal in many ways. I mean, their security apparatus, I mean, they're worse than Vietnam today in many ways. They're not necessarily worse than Vietnam in the 70s, but they're bad. If you ask me, would I rather live in Assad Syria or communist Vietnam right now? I'd actually take communist Vietnam. So,
not a great choice all around.
no,
I thought.
no.
So, what was your shout out?
Oh yeah, yeah. So, I want to give a shout out to Net7 because tonight he got us to 101% of the $320 goal right there. So for the microphone, so we were at 50%. Now we're at 101%. So big ups to Net7. Thank you. He sent a big donation over, to my Ko-Fi account. I really appreciate that. I want to give him a shout out for it because, it costs money to keep this stuff going and everything. And I appreciate his continued support. And he's a guy out there, by the way, if you check out his channel, he often will, I mean, he doesn't have that many videos yet, but he's talked about humanitarian interventionism considerably on Twitter. So, and he's on Twitter at RDFNet7. So anyway.
Thank you to Net7. That's a big contribution to the channel.
Yeah, so the microphone is now paid for. So that's the second goal now that we are complete on over on Ko-Fi. So I appreciate it. And again, I mean, it's like that. That's the thing about this is like YouTube, like it does cost money to get this stuff all together, basically. Like when I was starting out with like crappy equipment and everything, it didn't really work out too well. Like you guys remember the old days when the laptop would like crash the stream every like hour, basically. Sometimes I'd have to like literally restart my computer. Now everything runs smoothly, but that's because of like $2,000 of equipment. So it's not necessarily cheap. So, but somebody has to get the message out. So, and I'm here every day. I'm here every day. I've always said, I could have been born in Syria. I could have been born in North Korea or whatever. The way that I see it, it's literally the least that I can do is do my part to reinvigorate the spirit of the Hawk in the West so that we can actually rid the world of the forces of darkness and consolidate our hegemony such that we can have freedom and dignity for all peoples throughout every corner of the world for all posterity. So, and again, thanks to Net7 and thanks to other supporters of the channel as well. So anyway, we can move on to the next video unless there's anything that else that you had, Reece. So.
No, that was about on that one. I thought that we could do one more and then maybe have a little intermission. This is a big one. This is the one that people have been expecting us to watch all week. Yeah. So we're gonna do it. I know you've discussed it before. Might involve a certain wrestler.
No. This. By the way, I love that you changed your name on StreamYard. My only criticism with it is that it's plurals. We've got one cuck that we're about to take a look at tonight. The biggest cuck. An absolute, absolute loser of a cuck. And here's the saddest thing about it. The guy's not even desperate for money. The guy's not even incredibly broke and has to do this. The guy, I'm going to look up before we get to dropping his name. Has a net worth of $60 million. And he prostrated himself before Xi Jinping in profuse apology, in the most embarrassing apology you might ever witness.
And we made sure to get the translation as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anyway, we're about to take a look at John Cena. That's X-I.
John Cena. Da, 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 da.
No. I said Cena. X-I-N-A.
That's
John
right.
Cena, because he's Xi Jinping's bitch. Take a look at this loser when he had to say. So the context here is that earlier this month, he was promoting Fast and Furious 9 in Taiwan, which is a country. And he referred to Taiwan as a country. And later this month, last week, the party bosses in Beijing didn't really like that very much. He had to come out on Weibo before 600,000 people and in Mandarin profusely apologizes, exaggeratedly apologizes, embarrassingly apologizes. He doesn't just say, I'm sorry. He says at one point, I'm so sorry. I did a video on this. He says so 6 times.
It's very sorry.
He's very sorry. He's super duper sorry. He's super serial, guys. No, John Cena, he wants you to think he's a tough guy. He looks tough and buff, but inside he's meek and weak. He's got muscles, but he's got the morals of cuck. So
he bent the knee all the same.
Embarrassing. Disgrace, what we're about to take a look at. And you know, I was just about to play it. I can't do that. I can't do that. We have to go for the formality here. Love Ryan G's comment, by the way. You know you fucked up when a Canadian is making fun of you for apologizing.
Listen, Kevin is the authority on saying sorry. So if you need to say sorry, you come to Kevin and he'll set you straight.
Here we go. Oh, by the way, that smile he has? No. He's about to do one of the most disgusting things you're going to see. And he's all like, yee. He looks kind of happy at first.
Just another day, man. Another beautiful day.
你好，中国，这是叫西娜。我必须说，现在，在《速度与激情》中，我做很多采访，很多，所以在一个采访，我有一个错误，所有人问我，如果我可以用中文，速度与激情中人给我很多资讯 information。所以很多采访，很多 information，我有一个错误，我必须说，现在就是很重要，我爱更尊重中国跟中国人，我很抱歉对我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉，你必须了解，我。很爱，很尊重中国跟中国人，不好意思，再见。
He referred to Taiwan as a country. Talk about how he loves and respects China and the Chinese people. You know who doesn't? The Communist Party of China that's killed at a minimum over 40 million of them since 1949.
They always do that, though. They always try to conflate.
Me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Again, this smug piece of shit right here. You want to see a thing like, oh, it's great and swaggy, and I'm a tough guy and everything, and I'm swag and whatnot. No. This guy is a shill for a regime that killed more people than Stalin. He's talking about loving the Chinese people. You think the CCP loves the Chinese people? No, John Cena. Are you, dude? Every time I see this guy, from now on, all I see is just, oh, that's the cock. Okay, that's Xi's cock. That's what he is. It's your title. You're a professional cock, John.
Such a damn shame, man. It kind of points to a problem that we've been talking about for a while, which was Hollywood's very dubious relationship with China and their dependence on China for box office sales or anything like that. I know that we've spoken about the Red Dawn remake in the past and
No,
other
it's
movies
bad.
like that.
I got the numbers for you. Anyway, I believe it was the opening week, or it might have been the opening weekend. Fast and Furious 9 grossed $160 million in the period under consideration. Take a guess at how much of that came from China. Just take a stab at it, because you won't, like, it's stupid.
Let's go with probably most of it. Let's say 100 million.
140 million.
Oof. Yeah.
140 million of your 160 million bucks. That's why John, I'll tell you this. If it was 8 million, John wouldn't have had to go out there and say that. But John's got $60 million. If I got $60 million, I don't even have $1 million. Like, I don't have very much money at all. And you don't see me doing that shit. I'd be like, no, get the hell out of here, bro. But if I had $60 million and they said to do that, I'd be like, I would rather retire permanently and end my career right now than do that. That's world-ending cringe, what we just witnessed. Embarrassing. So the big tough and buff dude from the thumbnail, right, turns out to be one of the weakest men that you'll ever see. Unironically. Like, think about it, right? There are guys out there that aren't necessarily that jacked, that have infinitely more balls and integrity than John Cena. John Cena is an embarrassment to America and to the West at large. This is part of the problem that I talk about, how the Soviets never really had very much influence over Hollywood. McCarthy said that they did. McCarthy was right in some cases, wrong in other cases. The communist influence on Hollywood today, though, it's nothing like in the 50s. They outright just control studios. They control actors. You don't even have to be a communist. I don't think John Cena is a communist.
No.
But he does their bidding. And that never happened in the Cold War. In the old Cold War, McCarthy was worried about actual, literal, sympathizing communists. And there were some, and he was wrong about others. Today, are there very many communists in Hollywood? No. I would bet it's probably still around the same number as were there in the 50s. Probably a very small number of people that are actually like full-on communists. Most of them are like Democrats. But they all serve the Communist Party. They'll all cancel their scripts, change their scripts, reshoot scenes, spend millions of dollars to have the permission to air their stuff in China. Why? Because most of their revenue comes from China now. It's not from America. The Soviet Union you never had that problem. They banned American movies. You weren't allowed to watch that stuff. Now, people did. It turned out that the Soviet people were huge fans of James Bond, for example, even though they're the bad guys in that film. They were also a big fans, by and large, of Reagan's films. They like the cowboys and stuff, like John Wayne and everything. And so they had access to it. But officially, the party wouldn't let that stuff in. But in China, the party there is smarter. They're like, no, we'll let it in. And then you'll make most of your revenue from us. And then we'll revise your scripts. That's a way better strategy than the losers in Moscow ever figured out. Like, think about it. The communists in Beijing are so much smarter than anything that the Soviets had going. The Soviets would just ban stuff and then it'd seep in anyway, unfiltered, uncensored. The communists in China realized, like, look, this stuff is going to seep into our country. How about we have control over it and just allow it to come in? But we have the buying power. So we let it in on our terms. Soviets were like, no, you can't watch that. It's bad. It's capitalist. But I mean, man, this is the thing. This is one of the things that the tankies are right about, by the way, is that the Communist Party of China is very smart in how they've managed to build socialism in China. Like, because they're still around. The Soviets aren't. They obviously did something right from the standpoint of preserving their regime. So, and that's something that a lot of the other communists out there, they can't stand that. Look at Vosh. He hates communist China. And he's like, no, that's like fascism or whatever. But we all know that that's the type of system that his little revolution would inevitably give rise to, or it would go in the Soviet direction and go bankrupt. So it turns out Chaz is not a sustainable model for a country. So it's either going to be the Soviet Union and go bankrupt, or it's going to be China and maybe win. So now I don't want China to win. I don't want China to win. I advise all the time on this show for us to do things that would basically guarantee that they would lose. But we're not doing those things as a civilization. So they might win. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to keep trying. So.
Yeah, no.
They definitely won John.
100%.
Yeah.
Now he sold out hardcore to the point that when this video was made public, it caused a lot of controversy. It caused Taiwan as a country to trend, so that kind of backfired. But the damage is already done to an extent, because you can have a successful hashtag, but it's not really necessarily going to change the situation. We're in a situation now where you have a company like Disney, who in the very recent past, they've been at the height of their relationship with China when it came to the Mulan remake, and directly in the credits of that film, basically saying Xinjiang is a wonderful land. They may as well have said that in the credits of that film. But now, I know I've talked about this on stream before, some of their new Marvel films, they're having a little bit of trouble getting greenlit to get into the Chinese market because of diversity within them.
Yeah,
and it's right. Like, oof. I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? There are so many cooks in the kitchen, have so many masters to please. And ultimately they're going to cuck to China, of course.
No, they'll cuck to China. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. You look at the comparison of the Black Panther posters in America versus in China. In America, it's costume, mask off, basically. It's like it's him. You see his face and everything. In China, he's wearing his like mask and everything. It's like, he's just like in full superhero garb. Why is that? Oh, that's right. Because China's racist against blacks. Oh, maybe that's a hot take or whatever. No, talk to people that have been to China. That society hates black people. So, like, you're not welcome there if you're black. They think
you were saying that on the poster,
China is an incredibly racist society. So
you were saying that on the poster that T'Challa is completely armored up, because in contrast, in a lot of the American posters, obviously, Chadwick Boseman, R.I.P., they were showing his face because he was a big star. So that is very telling, and not all that surprising. I mean, Disney, I truly believe they're going to go down that path because they've already done this. They've
already had their bra moment too. Like they've already cucked to the CCP. They thanked the regional party boss of the Communist Party overseeing Xinjiang. They didn't thank the party boss of Hainan or of Guangzhou or anything like that. No. They specifically thanked the party boss of the region where the genocide is happening. Like, come on. But that's where they make their money. It's not America. It's the Chinese audiences. It's their cinemas that make them like more than half of their money. So that's where they get paid. For me, I'd rather be broke than have my salary paid by the Communist Party. And the sad thing is, these guys aren't broke. They could all just not do this, and they'd all still be incredibly wealthy. But it's greed, man. Greed is, it's seriously, it's one of the big ills in our society right now. Like, greed has always been a problem. But, I mean, the kind of greed that we're seeing today is insane. Like, it's hyper greed. You saw it with 2008, for example, the absolute gall of these firms that honestly deserve to go bankrupt, right? Like by all accounts, under any other era, they would have just been like, oh, you're done. Like, that's what happens. You screwed up. your company goes under. They're like, no, we want money. And we're going to tell you the terms of how you give us the bailout and everything to Obama. Obama's like, yes, sir. Like, we're in an era right now of absolute corporate greed. And I know I'm probably going to sound like Cenk Uygur or whatever right now about that, or like some progressive or whatever, but I'm not. I don't actually think it has that much of an influence over domestic politics, as much as some people would say. But over international relations, it's incredibly influential. And nobody really talks about that. They all talk about, oh, you're buying off politicians. It's like, those politicians already agreed with you in the first place. But buying off Hollywood is a thing. Buying off, I mean, we know it. Like, it's confirmed. They've changed scripts. They'll reshoot scenes. They'll spend millions of dollars extra to make it so that you can get that green light for China. That's where they make all their money. And we've got massive greed in Hollywood where they don't stand up for values anymore. We got massive greed on Wall Street. They don't stand for any values anymore. And now, they were always greedy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to act like Hollywood in the 50s and 70s and stuff wasn't greedy. They were. The difference was the government was like, yeah, we're not just going to let you do business with communist countries. Whereas now the governments in the West, by and large, don't really care. They don't really prevent you from doing business with these kinds of countries. Everybody does business with China now. And additionally, the Soviets back in the day didn't want to do business with them. But China wants to do business, and Washington doesn't care. They're happy to allow them to. So, of course, a greedy corporation is going to do that. It'd actually be against their interest not to do it. That's why the government has to step in and prevent them from doing so, because they're incapable of doing it on their own. They are trying to maximize profits. And that's why I think that, one great way that you could deal with this is to just simply say, we're not going to allow this stuff to air in Chinese cinemas anymore. And that way you make it so that, now they don't have to go out to the extra mile to make it appeasing to the Communist Party. They're not allowed to make money over there, And I know some people have said before, they're like, yeah, but then how are the Chinese people going to get exposed to American culture? America's outplaying China because they're sending their movies over there. And I'm like, no, but you guys don't get it. America's getting outplayed by China. Think about it this way. In the old Cold War, when no American movies officially went to the Soviet Union, Soviet people got their hands on American movies, and guess what? The Communist Party of the Soviet Union had no influence over the scripts of those movies that they watched. And they got to see unadulterated American capitalism, on the black market in the VHSs and stuff that made their way over there. But here's the thing with China, it's America that's getting outplayed. And I gotta say, there were some really freaking smart American leaders and Western leaders in general during the last Cold War, and it was actually kind of close. Like, it was obvious that America was eventually going to win, but it was a question over how long it would take. And even in the 80s, it was like neck and neck. There were very smart politicians that did incredible things like the Marshall Plan and Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, spending 8%, as we talked about last night, on the military, unprecedented levels of military spending. And guess what? They kind of barely won. We're going into the new Cold War with China on a weak economic footing, on a weak cultural footing, on a weak media footing, on a weak political footing, and on a relatively weak military footing. It's like, when is our Sputnik moment going to happen where we actually get it in gear and say that we're going to contain communism again? That's my question, because at this rate, if we keep doing what we're doing now, they will win. They're absolutely going to win this shit. It might take them 70 years, but they'll win, because we don't have the will to fight. We don't have the will to contain them. We don't have the will to stand up for ourselves. Just want to make a quick buck. It's pathetic. Anyway, that's a little bit of a rant from me, but I mean, I already did a video on this guy, but I despise this, man. That guy's too rich for this.
Yeah, no, there's no excuse whatsoever. It'd be worse than if really anyone else did it. You have to kind of wonder what the process was behind the scenes, the kind of pressure that was put on him. Hey, John, some guy pulls him aside. Hey, John, we need you to do a video apology. He's like, what are you talking about? Well, you were doing an interview on Taiwanese TV, and you said that they were a country, and not even as a political statement. You just said they're going to be the first country that gets to see the new Fast and Furious movie, and our Chinese shareholders didn't like that very much. So we need you to apologize.
I want to address something that Chris said just quickly here. He says, you guys give so many props to CCP. It's hilarious. This is the Hawk channel. I've always said before, I think you're stupid if you underestimate your enemy. I've never called Kim stupid. I've never called Xi Jinping stupid. I think they're both really smart dudes. That's why I'm worried about it. But that doesn't mean I shell for them and be like, we're on China's side now. We're on our side. We're just not dumbing and to say, oh, but we're number one, so we'll always win. You know? Like, you would agree, right, Reece, that the Communist Party of China is smart about how they go about things, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to confuse what we're doing as some kind of CCP shilling is low IQ tier, just simpleton rhetoric, simpleton thinking. That's obviously not what we're doing. I mean, and this is what any intelligent U.S. pundit would have done throughout the years when discussing their enemies, especially the enemies of today. An enemy like China, who instead of trying to beat us on the battlefield, at least not as of yet, what they decided to do was to infiltrate the markets to the point that we were basically inseparable.
Yeah,
and that's what they've done to countries all around the world. Some way more than even us.
No, so I know. That's the thing. That's the thing. When you see those Twitter accounts, like people make fun of them. I make fun of them too, like the dangists and stuff on there and the tankies and everything. It's like, understand something. Of all the tankies, made this a little bit of a hot take. The dangists are the smartest of all the tankies. Like the Stalinist boys that love the Red Army uniforms. Those guys are dumb meatheads. The dangists are hardcore communists that support capitalism in China, basically. Those guys are like the big brain, unironically big brain tankies. Like dangism is the smartest form of communism there is, because that's basically, oh, we're going to suboptimize. We're going to enter into the world economy. We're not going to play by the rules or anything, but we're going to make ourselves so appealing they'll have to accept us, and then they'll become entangled with us, and then we can outplay them and then build up the material conditions such that we can amass a large enough military to eventually rival them, and then expand our influence throughout Eurasia and then eventually the world, and then usher in communism. That's dangism, basically.
They're always going to be able to outcompete.
That's the way to do it. If communism's going to win, that's the way you would do it. You wouldn't do it the Stalinist route of like, we have big army, we have nukes. China doesn't even have that many nukes. They have a big navy, but they only spend like 1.3% on the military. They spend the same as Canada. Now, they have a huge economy, so it's still huge, but they're not even spending at 4%. They're not trying to outcompete the U.S. yet. They're just playing a very long game, right? So, no, like dangists are smart. Now, they're despicable. Don't get me wrong. They're freaking communists, but they're smarter than the Vush crowd. They're smarter than the Stalinist crowd. They're no, they're the most.
they would call China fascist.
No, Vush calls communist China fascist. He said before he considers fascists, like he considers them an authoritarian system and hence fascist. So, yeah,
it is a great play in the sense that they can't be outcompeted in terms of manufacturing cheap crap that the rest of the world is apparently not going to be able to live without. But it's a slave labor economy.
No, he says here, I come here for the compliments. It's like, look, that's the thing. Like, Chris basically is like one of those dangest type people. See, that's the thing. Haas, here's the funny thing about Haas. Haas is a dumb meathead, Stalinist aesthetics and everything, but he's also a supporter of dangism. Like, he gets that it works. He's just not smart enough to exactly understand the economics of it. But he is, in that sense, I guess he's the meathead dangist, so he's the dumbest of the dangists, which by definition would actually make him smarter than the Stalinists and the Vosh crowd. Except he's also identified as a Stalinist, which is kind of funny because Dangism and Stalinism are really different things. But whatever, like whatever. I mean, that's part of my point is that Haas is just trying to be edgy and be like, oh, I'm a communist and I'm a takey and I'm a Stalinist and I'm a Dangist and everything. Like he doesn't know what he's talking about. But like the unironic intellectual type Dangists, like the CCP guys that are Dangists and stuff, you know, they're not loud. They don't smash the mic. They wear glasses and they have backgrounds of like, or their background is like 500 different economics textbooks. And most of them are on capitalist markets. No, those people are the smartest communists you'll ever run into. Most communists you'll run into, at least most communists I would run into, are like, haven't shaved, haven't showered in 4 months, college bros that like Vosh. So, you know, like, and like I said, I watch Vosh, but ironically, I watch Vosh. I think he's entertaining, but your little Pepe memes aren't going to get you a sustainable economy that could win the world. Communist China is an actual serious threat. Like, and that's the thing. You don't get concerned. You don't raise people to take something seriously by saying that they're a meme and they're a joke and they're dumb and we're going to win. You get people to worry about something when you have people like us come and say, look, they might win unless we start getting things in gear. Because I'm not even lying. I'm not even like doing the noble lie thing here of like fear mongering for the ends justify the means. Like I'm straight up telling you the truth right now. I think China's going to win if we keep going down the Obama, Trump, Biden type direction. You know, how would they lose that? You know, anyway, we can move on. We can absolutely move on. But yeah, we can, of course, go to the intermission now. And we've got more videos for you coming up next. So you have any final remarks, Reece, for this part?
No, that's about all we need to say about that one. It's an unfortunate precedent in Hollywood that they feel the need to do this, and I think that it's been escalated, especially because of the pandemic. You know, never mind a pandemic that originated in China, but you have a case where they're obviously not going to be as careful about it, and they're dominating movie theaters in comparison to 2021 America. America's trying. There are efforts now to reopen the gyms, reopen the theaters, but there's still a bit of caution around that is just not being shown in China, apparently, based on these numbers. So There you go.
We're going to go to an intermission. We'll be back in a few minutes. So thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to stay tuned because we actually have some spectacularly cringy videos to dunk on next. Like we're not done. We're not.
Nowhere close.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. We actually gained 2 concurrent viewers right now. So big ups to everybody for tuning in tonight. And we move on to the next batch of cringe to dunk upon.
I'll give a shout out to UN Watch for this next clip. They're truly, and always have been an amazing channel, an amazing source of cringe, particularly, and one of the greatest providers of let's just say a unique brand of cringe for our reactions. So this is a video in which several nations are inducted, are put up as candidates for the WHO Executive Board, and there is a vote taken.
There we go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, honorable ministers, excellencies, and distinguished guests. Let us now take up item 6, Executive Board election. I draw your attention to the following list of 12 members. If elected, these 12 members would provide a balanced distribution of the board as a whole. These members are
Balanced, as all things should be.
As all things should be. My balance, bro.
There are 2 different kinds of balance. One, there's a balance just with numbers. That's a pretty obvious one. There's also such a thing as a balance of morality, a balance of ideological positions, and these nations will offer some very interesting perspectives on life, I'm sure.
Morals? What are those?
Those aren't allowed.
Order: Afghanistan, Belarus, Denmark, France, Japan, Malaysia, Paraguay, Peru, Rwanda, Slovenia, Syria Arab Republic, and Timor-Leste. Is the assembly prepared in a...
What? Oh my god.
Why?
Oh my god. Now this is a throwback to my Model UN days, man. It's like you get assigned a country and you're like, got to represent their positions and everything. It's like, I remember representing Qatar, for example. That was fun. I did North Korea once. That was fun,
We got to take it back a minute. Let's hear that list again. Let's get an idea of what we're working with here.
This is great.
These members are, in the English alphabetic order, Afghanistan, Belarus, Denmark, France, Japan, Malaysia, Paraguay, Peru, Rwanda, Slovenia, Syria Arab Republic, and Timor-Leste. Is the assembly prepared in accordance with the Rule 80 of the Rules of Procedures to elect the...
You gotta go through the protocol, bro.
This is a very short protocol, as we'll see.
Members.
Just like my debate protocol, which apparently is too much for people to handle. So.
Not everybody's built for the same challenges in life.
As proposed. As I see no one wishing to take the floor, I understand that there is no objection.
Bro.
Okay.
We're just gonna have a moment of silence where nobody has the balls to say anything. Wow.
Like, imagine. Okay, I mean, there's difference between being hired there as a diplomat versus, actually being in charge of sending a delegation over there. I would tell my delegation if I was in charge of a country, anybody ever tries to bullshit you or bullshit like this at the UN, you have my full permission. Just say like, excuse me, with all due respect, guys, the fuck are we doing here? Like, straight up. This is Oh my god, dude. Anyway, you found the clip. You got any thoughts?
I'm just, I'd like to say I'm surprised, but that wouldn't be true. I'm not actually surprised.
Yeah.
It is another example, and granted, this isn't the UN, this is the WHO, as if that makes any real difference.
They're they're the same in spirit, man.
Yes. One deals with, I guess, diplomacy, and the other deals with health. They deal with those issues in about the same kind of incompetent way. But
wait, Reece, I'm just imagining like people at the WHO being like, wait, that's what we're supposed to do? All we do is just cozy up with China, dude.
That's true. That's true.
They're like, wait, hello? I thought that I thought WHO stood for warm hugs for China. Like WMDs stand for nukes, you know? Oh man.
The war murder machine or whatever.
Or like
the device.
Yeah.
War murder device. That's it.
Which stands for nukes.
This is astounding to me. Nobody had any objections to Belarus, a Russian puppet state that, as we've covered, recently nabbed a dissident off a plane that wasn't even going into their country.
5 others didn't make it off Minsk. They were also missing when the plane was finally allowed to.
Of course. Nobody had anything to say, though. Nobody had any objections.
That's not well. No, somebody had something to say. I did a video on this today. Actually, there was an article in the Foundation for Defense of Democracies talking about and highlighting the fact that, oh, look at that, the very loyal and very helpful NATO ally Turkey white knighted Lukashenko and watered down the condemnation of Belarus. Oh, they're such a great NATO ally, right? That's what people would have us believe, right? They're a useful ally, bro. Something not.
Oh, that's right. I saw you did that video. I haven't seen it yet, but given my profile picture,
you on the thumbnail. You're
holy
there.
Shit! It's about me.
It's about you. It's about a thick dude.
It's about a thick dude. That's right. So that's
no. I'm just gonna say right now, just before we go back to the video, I gotta say, Alex R calling Erdogan a thick dude, all caps, on Twitter was one of the most embarrassingly cringy moments of the last couple months on Twitter. I gotta say that. So
yeah, that was
what was that?
A surprisingly homoerotic moment from a known homophobe. Very strange.
A proud homophobe
who had a very strange homoerotic moment.
Like, does he know what thick dude means? No. Serious question. Straight up. Serious, like I asked that too. I'm like, does he know what it means? I haven't gotten an answer yet. So
I sincerely doubt it. But it's funny.
Amazing.
Funny regardless.
I therefore declare the 12th member elected.
Oh, well, just like how Assad was elected, right?
It's official. Yeah, nobody, also, we almost totally glanced over it. Nobody had any objections to Syria. Nobody had any objections to Syria. Oh, yeah, just put them on the executive board. That's fine. They're like, look, we're the WHO. We already don't have any credibility. Fuck it.
Why not just have China veto? Why not bring
seriously.
North Korea? Why not bring in North Korea? Why not be like, like somebody does have an ejection and they say, can we get some more authoritarian regimes here?
Excuse me, there are too many democratic states in this list, and that's not balanced. We need true balance. No objections, because everyone knows there's no nation on earth better at handling medicine than Syria.
Election will be duly recorded in the record of Health Assembly.
Yeah, and on Ghoul Gang Rising, we have also duly recorded this cringe. So
for all time.
Yep. Yeah, for posterity, man. The kids, they can watch this. They can watch this, in like their in the high schools and stuff and everything, and be like, oh man, these guys, they called out the BS, but nobody else would. So.
So there's that. Wait, I love that's a nice break from, you know, the typical brainlets. Just getting something from UN Watch or something related to the WHO or the UN is always good. But unfortunately, we're going to get back into the den of brainlets, and we're actually going to do the clip that we almost played earlier. Sorry. This is
right.
going.
Here comes more on Max. So the only one we're locking is Ben now. Did we have a Ben video tonight?
I think he's in this one, but it's just his voice. I think it's from their podcast together.
Oh, this one's going to be so stupid. I haven't seen this one, but I'm just reading
the clip. The clip was on Ben Norton's Twitter, so I do think it's from their podcast together. But this was why it was a little important to give the context with Aaron Maté and to explain the whole beef with Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks, because this is Broken Blumenthal, the I struggled to say man, more like a robot. He's going to attempt to white knight Aaron Maté against the evil brunch Democrats at TYT.
The brunch Dems. They're like literally Hitler, man.
Came to my attention that Anna Kasparian had gone to the Munich Security Conference earlier this year. The Munich Security Conference is put on by NATO. It's
dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun.
Not NATO.
Like the second.
What about Gaytheon?
NATO, it's just like heads explode.
Put on by NATO.
NATO. Oh man, he looks like a tool too. I'm just gonna say that. I mean, a fool and a tool.
It's funded by the German government, the German Foreign Ministry, and some other Western European governments, as well as the arms industry.
Hold on. I wouldn't exactly consider the German government to be like super pro-Western. Look at Schroeder, look at Merkel, look at Laschet. They're all simps for Putin. They're all like Laschet is a big fan of Erdogan, for example. I covered that. I sat down with Timothy Spin a few months ago on this show, and he went over just how absolutely, completely cucked the German leadership is to Russia and to a lesser extent Turkey. So, what? I don't consider Germany to be like prominent Western power or anything. Like, they just dismantled their nuclear plants so that they can buy more crap from Russia for energy. So,
look, they're in NATO. That's all it takes.
They're in NATO. So is Turkey. Turkey's in NATO.
Look, if you're in NATO, and that's kind of the funny thing, because I've heard Ben Norton talk shit about Turkey, and anytime he talks about Turkey, he always makes sure to throw in NATO country Turkey.
Yeah, but they're not. They're nominally NATO. They have none of the values of NATO. They're against NATO interests. They're pro Belarus.
Well, that's just the new direction that NATO's going in, man.
I guess. Yikes.
Big banks, the oil industry, and McKinsey.
He really struggles even just to say oil industry. Like, what's up with that?
The oil industry.
I don't get it. I don't get how you could make a career out of talking and be that bad at talking. That's mind-boggling to me. How? Can somebody explain that to me? That doesn't seem like that should be a thing.
Broken Blumenthal,
that's
man.
like making a career out of being a soccer player and just being absolutely just dismal at soccer. Like, what do I do? How? It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. You wouldn't be going to FIFA.
Am I supposed to use my feet?
Yeah. It's like, wait, I thought I could use my hands, bro. It's like, bro, this is the FIFA World Cup. How'd you even get here, dude? This guy's like in the top 0.01% or whatever of like political Patreon. How? Like, there are probably 1,000 other more charismatic bootlickers out there. Kyle's more charismatic. How did this guy luck out like that? I can't even listen to him.
Well,
Like-
as was noted in the chat earlier, he has there's a bit of nepotism at play.
Yeah, well, okay, that's true, but like,
So I think it's mostly that, to be quite honest with you.
so he's like Guantanamo Bay,
Yeah, basically.
except his song can talk. Oh, StreamYard's having a normal one. Okay.
StreamYard's is saving
oil
us.
and
Oh, never mind.
the oil industry and McKinsey and Associates, which was just like relentlessly trashed by, pro-Bernie elements because of Pete Buttigieg's association with it. And
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg, gay CIA. Uh-oh.
That's right. He was the CIA operative, man.
she
He had
did what it looked like
some association. Like I could never understand what that crowd was complaining about back in the day.
He was
It was
gay.
yeah, well there was that, but there was always something new, some new supposed controversy each week. It was ridiculous bullshit.
Pete Buttigieg is into dudes. He's gay.
He's one of the gays.
He's gay and he's with the CIA.
More like the CIA gay, am I right?
Yeah, no, that's what it was about. And like, no, the CIA planted him, made him gay so that he would be popular.
Except
And then
he
like Bernie.
barely won anything.
He won Iowa though. That was all part of
sure.
the plan.
Well, they still try to deny that. Honestly,
He rigged Iowa. He rigged Iowa from Bernie. That's what the CIA did.
It was a pretty bad look, overall. So you have the first openly gay candidate, yeah, I believe, winning delegates, and people were just like, people who were, I guess, supposedly on the left were like, no, that's wrong. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not that's not suspicious at all. Bernie should have won.
Bernie can still win.
She interviewed
He can
various
still win, that's right.
major foreign policy figures at the Munich Security Conference, including Madeleine Albright, and she gave
It was spooky.
Dun dun dun.
Like Madeleine Albright is not a hawk. She was chummy with Kim Jong Il.
Too hawkish for them, man.
this softball interview to Madeleine Albright where she came in just glowing with pride and talked about how excited she was to interview Madeleine Albright, the author of Yugoslavia's destruction.
Wait, hold on. The author of Yugoslavia's destruction was Madeleine Albright. I'm pretty sure that was Milosevic and the others, but whatever. What do I know? Wait,
If you get involved, you're responsible for everything.
so she was the one who did the genocide? Oh, wow. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure she...
The more you know.
Wow.
person who helped kind of launch the siege on Iraq.
Based and hawk-pilled?
And instead of
dreaded
asking the
siege.
first
and
question,
who defended the deaths of 500,000 Iraqi children.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
we'll get into that in a minute. But
No. I'm getting into it right now.
because they're gonna show the clip, but whatever.
20,000 people died in that war to get rid of Saddam, and about 180,000 died in the insurgency afterwards, which was Iran's fault. Kids, we're talking total death toll. The total death toll of the war was way below 500K. 500K kids. Dude.
And they're not even talking about the war here. They're talking about, obviously, because she was a part of the administration before the war. So there'd been kind of these rising tensions and sanctions on Iraq, but that number is inaccurate, and that's been demonstrated in recent years.
Well, people take this seriously. Well,
Now it's been
Well,
addressed
exactly.
a million times.
I mean, your first question should have been, do you still think it was worth it?
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
She's not good at that, by the way.
Yeah, no. So basically, that was a moment, this has been dissected a million times. That was a moment of bad optics in which a reporter, or I guess the interviewer, provided her with a false figure.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this when it comes to sanctions. You know, you can say what you will about them. I don't think that the United States is responsible for a single death that could be attributed to the sanctions that it brings on illegitimate regimes that clearly deserve to be sanctioned and don't deserve to be financially or, you know, economically enabled. I think that those deaths would fall, you know, no matter what the figure is there, fall squarely on the regime. These are regimes that hoard wealth, could easily divvy out that wealth, actually provide for their people for a change, and they choose not to. So this is a moment of bad optics, and it's amazing though that they don't even get that though. They are still citing that original number when that's not possible. That has been debunked for years at this point. That's obviously like half a million children. So we could even dunk on Madeleine Albright a little bit, and maybe just in the moment she wasn't thinking about it, and she just assumed she was being provided a real source, so she just wanted to have a somewhat diplomatic answer and reflect on things later. But they seriously wanted us to believe that 500,000 children were killed through sanctions.
Yeah, that's garbage. I'm going to need a citation, bro.
And then they even said in the interview, that's more than Hiroshima. They want us to believe that sanctions are more devastating than Hiroshima?
Well, Hiroshima killed upwards of, what was it? If you factor in the radiation and everything, 100,000 people. I think less than that, but 100,000 or so. So, and that was all people. It wasn't just kids. No, this is insane. 500K dead kids. BS. Citation needed.
Hashtag worse than Hiroshima.
The firebombing of Tokyo was worse than Hiroshima. They killed 500,000.
Well, you know, it's not a nuke, so it's not spooky.
Yeah, not spooky. No, people only care if it's WMDs. Like, seriously, if Assad killed 100,000 people conventionally, people don't really care. They'll care, but they're not going to do anything. But if he gasses one kid, people are pissed. Well, that's stupid. Like, conventional deaths should count, you know? But people don't care about the
not horrific enough.
They only care about the chemical weapons being used.
Instead, it was just a softball interview for which Kasparian, I mean, it appeared to have been a paid gig for a NATO conference.
Welcome to your MSC. I am delighted to be here and to have a conversation with the former U.S. Secretary of State under Bill Clinton, Madeleine Albright. And Madeleine Albright was actually the first female Secretary of State in the U.S. And it is a pleasure to have you here. It's an honor to have a conversation with you.
Well, I'm delighted to be interviewed by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So they're all spooked. She sat down and said it was an honor. It is an honor to interview as Secretary of State. So,
no, you're supposed to be just immediately antagonistic and confrontational. You didn't ask the questions that I would have asked.
Like, what was the point of showing that intro? Oh, she's chummy with her. She could have asked very tough questions. later on. You're not just like, oh, finally here. I got some questions for you, loser. Like, what? No, these guys are clowns.
Yeah, no, and they continue to parrot debunked information, and I mean that's not surprising, but they can't even get their narrative on this straight. You know, if you want to go after her for, you know, not correcting the interviewer like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago at this point, yeah, feel free, I guess, if that's really your calling in life. But it is truly a waste of a tweet and a waste of, you know, however much time went into editing that clip together, I think.
Amazing.
So there's that. And that's basically what people, you know, a lot of people are pissed at Kasparian and TYT over what they said about Maté. And this was their attempt to, you know, to bite back on Kasparian. This is the only thing they have to say about her, by the way. Like, anytime they go after her, they mention this interview.
Yeah.
It's going to haunt her, I guess, for the rest of her life, but I don't think she probably cares all that much.
Yeah. No, we can move on to the next video, but wow.
Oof. Okay, this is going to be a bad one too. Sorry. This is...
we are not false advertisers. Look at the title.
No, they've all been bad, but this is a double dose of cringe. This is The Hill Rising.
God.
And they're going to be discussing the results of the Abby Martin lawsuit, which we have discussed previously.
Wanted to bring you an update on a significant lawsuit. A federal judge just ruled that Georgia's anti-BDS law violates First Amendment. Let me give you the backstory here. So many of you may know journalist Abby Martin. She did an incredible documentary, Gaza Fights for Freedom. She'd been invited to speak at a Georgia university.
I wouldn't introduce her as journalist. I would introduce her as propagandist.
Yeah, that was a pretty prominent mistake early on. Mm-hmm. So, as far as I can understand about this particular case, not the greatest ruling of all time, but there seems to be some debate about the application of the law, in the sense that, so to have it be, have the headline be, the law has been ruled unconstitutional, is very odd, because the law is still in place. It is the application of the law that's the debate. The law is meant to apply to state employees. Now, at the time, Abby Martin obviously wasn't a state employee. She's a state employee of other kinds of states, not American states, namely Russia and Venezuela. So, but she was going to be a guest speaker at Georgia University. So she was going to be more or less like a part-time contractor. She wasn't going to be on the payroll for Georgia University. That's where the legal grayness is coming into effect here. I have two solutions to this problem right off the bat. One, the most obvious solution: don't ever invite Abby Martin to speak at your university. Abby Martin is a piece of shit. Abby Martin is a Russian shill, a Venezuelan Maduro regime shill, and has publicly in the past, and quite possibly still today, been a 9/11 denier. Fuck Abby Martin. And the fact that she is one of the big heroes of the progressive left really says a lot about them, in my opinion, because basically, given her credentials, she may as well be a fascist. Fuck her. Okay, so that's step one. That's solution one. You never, there's no reason to hire Abby Martin to give a speech at your university. Solution two, the law should obviously be expanded to include people who are not full-time employees, but are still, at the time, technically working for the state. Those people can very much still violate the same law. I don't agree with the decision that was reached here whatsoever. I think it was a bullshit decision, and But does that mean that the law is in jeopardy and it's been deemed unconstitutional? No. That's I think a problem with what the judge said, the language that he employed. I don't think that he did a very good job of clarifying the real nuances of this case. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Kevin, but that's a little bit of the groundwork that we have going on here.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. It's basically like she was a contractor, if you will, by a state institution, paid for an engagement. Did she sign some employment, salaried thing? No, but again, I think that it was fully valid to say no. You can't do that when you're acting in that capacity. So no, I don't think it violates like the constitutionality. Now, I'm not a lawyer. Full disclosure, obviously, I'm not a lawyer. But
I hate lawyers.
Yeah, no, I hate lawyers and lawyer-like people. Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh man. We are
you're not a lawyer.
We are mongoloids. No, I gotta say, this is an absolute BS move by Abby. And the fact that, she gets a win here or whatever. Look, we know these guys are going to celebrate it. Crystal is on the left. Sagar's on the right. They both agree, America bad, dictator good. They're like, we're diverse. We have different political perspectives. No, they're both anti-war. They're both brainlets. So,
it's absolutely remarkable in that sense.
They agree on everything meaningful.
They're going to attempt to make this a freeze peach issue, which is equally as cringe, in my opinion. This issue actually has nothing to do with free speech at all.
Oh yeah, that's right. This one's a longer video for sure.
For an honorarium of $1,000. And as part of going and speaking at that university, she would be required by the state to sign a pledge saying that she would not engage in boycott of Israel. Well, if you know Abby's work, you know that that is very much not something that she can sign in any sort of honesty. So she sued and she just won here. This is not the first time that these anti-BDS laws, which have been passed in somewhere around 26 states across the country, have been ruled unconstitutional.
Like it's not like there was any substantial punishment for the university in question here. What was their punishment? Yeah, she won though. What a win. What a win for her. The law is not going to change because of this. How is this a huge monumental, like they were so desperate for a happy headline. And it's so obvious. And they're missing the way it's presented. They're missing very key context throughout. They make it sound like the University of Georgia was attempting to control Abby Martin's life and all of her work. Abby Martin, you can no longer be pro-BDS. No, that's not what was being said here. What was being said here was, in your capacity as a person who we have hired as our contractor, as the person who's going to give a speech at our university, we can't have you using BDS rhetoric because it would violate state law. We've preemptively brought this up with you because we know this is a problem. And again, I'll redirect you to point one, which is don't invite Abby Martin to have a speech, because if you already know who she is and you know the kind of crazy shit she's going to say, I don't understand why you would even risk this. I mean, quite frankly, and I haven't bothered to look into the actual, like, if it's even available, the politics of the other people, the employees of the university who are involved in this lawsuit. I'm guessing a lot of university employees or teachers or faculty not exactly big on Israel. They're probably a lot of Free Palestine types. Not too big on the Jews, not too big on the Zionists. That's just a guess. Maybe that's an unfair generalization, but that's not what was going on here. This wasn't Abby Martin versus the Zionists. This was Abby Martin versus state law, which people were concerned that she would break because, well, obviously she would. It was Abby Martin. All right.
Glenn Greenwald has been following this story. He points out multiple states around the U.S., mostly red ones, have enacted blatantly unconstitutional laws that punish citizens in various ways who support a boycott of Israel. This is now the fourth federal court out of 4 to rule that such laws violate free speech rights. We're still waiting to see whether this leads to, the judge hasn't decided
Those are
what
garbage
this means.
rulings.
Yeah, and also,
Obviously,
Glenn Greenwald is a piece of shit. I'm just gonna.
That's true too.
So.
There's so much shittiness happening here. We almost glossed over that.
Even Vosh would agree with that. Actually, he's not even a fan of Greenwald.
Of course not.
Like Greenwald has even turned away a lot of the progressives. So
basically, all of them at this point. And really, he only has himself to blame. And I was never a fan to begin with. So fuck him. No, I mean, we almost glossed over him. That's too funny.
No, I know. But I had to throw that in there. I hate him. He's a piece of shit. So
that's a good point. We obviously are not going to get into the minutia of each case, but I guarantee a lot of them are like this. A lot of them are about the gray application of certain laws and how it fits in. Because generally, of course, if you are an employee of the state and you are currently now that's not to preclude you from, in your own personal time, being in favor of BDS. That's not happened at all. So your free speech actually hasn't been violated at all. You know what it would be like? It'd be like if you tried to say something really offensive at your work and then you got fired and then you said, well, what about the First Amendment though?
Yeah.
Don't I have the right to, that's still a thing, right? Are you against free speech? And it's like, no, you're fired. Of course we're for free speech, but fuck you. You just went on some Alex R tier rant in the workplace, and that's not permitted.
Yeah, and then they say, well, no, I called one guy the C word to refer to Chinese people, but that doesn't mean I'm racist. It was just an individual I said it to who happened to be Chinese.
Of course.
Because he was trying to defend it and he was racist today because he didn't deny calling a Mexican the S word to refer to Hispanics. He simply said that it didn't prove that he was a racist. He denied being a racist. He said he's not a racist. And he said that he had only said that to one guy who was antagonizing him. By the way, that guy happened to be Mexican, or not Mexican, but Hispanic.
He said, I think he said something like, it's not real racism unless it's the KKK or the Confederacy.
Yeah, he said that the KKK and Nazis were racist, but that calling a Mexican S word or a Chinese person the C word, or by that logic, a black person the N word, that's not inherently racist because that's just to an individual, which is insane. Okay. Because by that logic, you can only be racist against blacks if you go to every single block in the world, literally over 1 billion people, and call them the N-word. Then you're a racist. That's crazy.
I'm working on it, but it's going to take a while.
But that's the same exact defense that McCarthyist, Machiavellian imperialist offered when he didn't deny calling Volt the N-word. He just said that he wasn't racist and that Volt had accepted his apology. And I'm like, okay, but you didn't call him stupid. My charge of you being racist comes not because you called one individual black person a bad word, that using that word as your insult reflects on how you view every black person. Obviously, like, how is that a complicated concept? But apparently it is. So
yeah, that's where we're at with him. So not surprising, but
yeah, amazing.
in terms of whether this means that Georgia has to take this law off of the books ultimately. But I think anyone just looking with the basic idea of what the First Amendment means would say you can't require people.
Oh my God. So by her logic, it would be you can't fire somebody for being a Holocaust denier that works for you. First Amendment, bro. That's her logic.
Even
she doesn't
honestly,
even practice that.
Even if it wasn't,
she had a neocon that was working for her, she fired them.
Most likely. But even if somebody, well, that's a good example. So let's take the Holocaust denier. If somebody were a Holocaust denier in their own personal time, never at the workplace, that alone could maybe get them fired.
Oh, for sure.
But this is referring to very specific laws about you being a state employee. Obviously, during your functions, your duties as that employee, we don't want you promoting BDS. We don't want you to be promoting a boycott of an allied nation. And and I think the specific focus on something like BDS is because honestly, the logic there works in reverse for a lot of the BDS advocates. What's happening there, because they take that as like some like philo-Semitism or whatever the fuck they would call it. But really it's a reaction, a response to their extremely targeted anti-Semitism. They're not really concerned with boycotting other nations on earth. They are concerned with boycotting Israel and Israel alone. That BDS is not about being applied to other nations necessarily. So that is why that is the way it is. And that tells you how much of a problem it is. How much of a problem something like BDS is viewed, where the state's like, look, we want nothing to do with this. We don't want any association with this whatsoever. You want to be pro BDS in your own personal life, whatever, go do you. Honestly, this will be a hot take too. I wish that there were social consequences on par with someone being a Holocaust denier for someone supporting BDS. I really wish that were the case, because basically people come to those beliefs for the same reason. They come to those beliefs because they're anti-Semites. Now you could, or historical revisionists. That's another thing. So I wouldn't exactly feel bad if somebody lost their job for being a Holocaust denier, the same way I wouldn't feel bad if somebody lost their job for being a BDS advocate. But that's not even what's really being proposed here.
To pledge not to boycott this country or that business or anything. I mean, that is protected speech. It's been ruled at the Supreme Court previously. Another instance that Glenn really highlighted at The Intercept was a speech therapist in.
By the way, these two are like the only fans of Glenn Greenwald left. So
this is this crowd right here.
Yeah.
The bipartisanship is just radiating throughout the room.
The Nazbol vortex. It's bipartisan, man.
Vortex, vacuum, black hole.
Yeah, fascists and communists can get along. Who said they can't, man? Peace, love, and understanding, man.
Texas, who was fired because she was technically a school contractor, and Texas had one of these laws where you had to sign this oath saying you would not engage in a boycott of Israel. She won as well and was able to get her job back. So very significant development here in terms of defending and protecting free speech.
Yeah, and this is part of the problem, which is that there are a lot of people on the right who are like, we can't have a situation where we have to sign diversity and inclusion initiatives pushed by left-wing states like California because of the First Amendment and discrimination law. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. Guess what? It also applies here. This is a state university. You can't have that. The state of Georgia cannot decide what is in the political parameters of accepted political speech. Same with the state of Texas. Same with, really, any state. If this is a private university...
Yeah, totally wow. The same thing.
Wow.
I don't know, man. The way they've twisted this issue is pretty remarkable. What he compared it to diversity quotas? oh, look, people on the right, they always point to the left and say, oh, you're always trying to push diversity on us, but look at what we do. This has nothing to do with diversity. What the fuck are you talking about? What is the relation? What is the relation between these two ideas that makes any kind of sense?
It's something that the right people are against, but then this is something that they're in support of, so hence hypocrites.
Oh yeah, hypocrite. That's hypocrisy. I mean, like you're against one thing, but you're for another thing. What's up with that? That's weird.
Like these guys are as dumb as Shoe on Head and Voosh.
Honestly, they're in the same camp too.
Yeah.
They fit together.
No, Greenwald's a laughing stock. Like, look at Ryan. He's just like Greenwald. Lol. No, but to him, to these guys, to KGB Crystal, and I need a nickname for Sagar and Jetty. These guys, they still hold Glenn Greenwald up as this idol. It's embarrassing. Even like the progressive base has moved on from Greenwald. That's how crazy these guys
are. I got one for Sagar. I'm going to combine his first name and his last name, and we get Soggy. That's his name.
Soggy Sagar. Yeah, I
Soggy
used to call
Sagar.
him sad Sagar way
Sad
back. Lame, kind of low energy.
That's low stamina.
By the way, if anybody wants to see what KGB Crystal looks like, that's her doing her show with Kyle. So. Timothy drew that, by the way.
Genius.
He also did this. We were talking about the Zion.
Bunch of Zio spooks.
Actually, just one there. You're thinking of this one.
Oh yeah, they're always waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Mossad sent me.
Yeah.
Agree with that, but that's actually a different matter. And this is why it's actually particularly egregious when state legislatures, like my own home state, Texas, where they tried to do this, I do think is blatantly unconstitutional whenever it comes to people's free speech rights. I mean, yeah.
Oh my God. These guys don't, like, they're not lawyers either. So they don't actually know the laws. So.
You know, it was kind of brought up. It was brought up before, like, this idea, like, do you believe in, what, are you not in favor of the First Amendment? Do you think that there should be free speech restrictions? Yes, everybody does. They already exist. It's not something new that needs to even be proposed. These are things that already exist. You can't just say whatever you want. In some contexts, sure. In some contexts, you can say whatever you want. And there are no consequences, realistically speaking. You know what? You want to go make a sock account and scream something out into the void? No one will stop you. You want to go to your work, start dropping some slurs, even some insults. Probably not going to be met with much appreciation. Do you want to work for the state and then promote the boycotting and sanctioning of an allied state? Probably also not going to go so well.
It's literally an ally. Like, I've talked about this before, that I feel like seditionist rhetoric should be expanded to include allies, because it's like, if you've got allies, at some point you have to understand that undermining your allies is basically undermining your own security, right? Like,
yeah, what? Except, Kevin, wait until they apply that to Turkey.
No, I know they're going to apply it to Turkey, but Turkey isn't an ally, so I think Turkey should be kicked out. But no, I know they could say that. They could say that. That's true. That's true. But yeah, I think that the idea that Turkey's actually an ally, it's pretty clear. Their record, they're not an ally.
Seditious rhetoric would be different. It wouldn't be just like a criticism. This is kind of the oldest meme. A criticism of the country.
BDS literally aims to economically cripple your ally. So to me, BDS isn't simply, oh, we don't like what Netanyahu did or whatever. It's, we're going to try to run this country into the ground. So,
I mean, it's so much worse than that though too, because it is tantamount in my mind to xenophobia. What it is anyone, any kind of celebrity coming from Israel, any kind of, you know, performance artist, musician, any kind of product coming out of Israel that will be boycotted strictly for being from Israel or for being Israeli. That is the reasoning here. So it's not even an attempt to necessarily hurt those up at the top, as you know, contrast that against other kinds of sanctions that, yeah, that, you know, they'll generally start to have effects on the populace, because if there's any kind of wealth drying up in the nation, those at the top will just take whatever's left and leave everyone else to die. But generally, those kind of sanctions, Western sanctions, are targeted at people at the top, the government leaders, or, you know, specific operatives or whatever. No, what BDS is very different in the sense is it's aimed. It's almost like Hamas rocket fire. Like, that's the same kind of logic. It's just anyone who happens to be Israeli. That's what we're aiming our movement at. It doesn't matter if you're associated with the government. You know, the way they'll probably justify it is, well, everyone gets conscripted, so you all work for the government. You're all part of the problem. There you
That's
go.
a good point. It's indiscriminate too, and it's inherently anti-Semitic in that regard, right? Because they're not just trying to sanction Netanyahu or Bennett or whatever.
They tried to boycott hummus.
That's right, hummus. Boycott hummus for Hamas. So.
Being able to criticize Israel is part of free speech in America. And, you
are allowed to
every time I
criticize
see some of
Israel.
these diversity inclusion, like explicit race quotas thing, I think that's the same thing. But of course, we don't live in a consistent country. Do we?
No, Sagar's a goofball. He's an actual clown. He's one of the dumbest of these commentators. He's basically like a younger Tucker Carlson, is how you can think of him, basically.
What is he even talking about?
Like, basically, imagine if Kyle Kulinski, Kremlin Kyle Kulinski, were right wing. That's Sagar. So,
basically, like, he just brought up, this is a terrible comparison. Notice how I just gave an awesome comparison. This is the inverse comparison.
Yeah, he's dumb.
He's still comparing it to race quotas. How can you possibly think those are similar? I don't get it. I really don't. But that's basically his way of saying, I guess it's his way of appealing to people on the right and saying, well, aren't you against this?
Yeah.
Well, then you should be against this totally different thing.
No, Chris has a good point, though, that BDS activists don't realize that Israel's economy doesn't rely on hummus and oranges. And that's such a good point, because you don't really hear them talk about boycotting tech components very much, because a lot of the stuff that they use to post their BDS comments with happens to have components that were manufactured or designed in Israel, because Israel has a huge tech sector, and they don't want to give up that, because then how are they going to post their BDS bullshit?
Ah, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
they only go after stuff that's like, oh, made in Israel. So
I'm not overtly worried about BDS succeeding. I think it's more just the principle of the movement that I'm against. But I was gonna tell you, my screen kind of froze, so I think I'm gonna back out real quick, and I'm gonna be right back. So sorry about that. I'll be right back.
So Spooky Nukies will be joining us again very shortly. In the meantime, we're looking at the right-wing equivalent of Kremlin Kyle Kulinski here, also a Kremlin shill. Very embarrassing and sad clown, circus clown, Sagar and Jetty. Soggy Sagar and Jetty. I like that one from Reece. Yeah, no, that's way better than sad Sagar. Okay, and the Whisper Network superstar, that's Wins. He's back here. He's winning bigly.
Wins.
That's right. That's all you know
Can't
how to
stop
do.
winning.
Can't stop winning. So, unlike Sagar, Soggy Sagar.
Soggy
Yeah.
Sogger.
Yeah.
Never comes to any of this.
Yeah, no, you won't hear a single person on the right outside of you basically saying a word.
Ryan G says these clowns are right wing. Good lord. KGB Crystal on the left there is left wing. Sager's right wing, but they both agree America bad, dictator good.
I like how she said nobody else on the right will be saying this. I could find a few.
Yeah, I could think of Tucker, Nick Fuentes, probably Richard Spencer, and
Only you, Sager. You're special.
About any
probably Marjorie Taylor Greene. Probably throwing a thing about like space lasers from Israel and stuff. So
when it's such a blatant, like if you care about censorship and you truly care about free speech and you truly care about cancel culture, which you should, in which we actually do, then you have to call it out, even when it is a violation of your political principles, even when you find it offensive. I mean, that's really the point of all of this. And so, so many.
Look, there's so much in this clip. It's like a Kyle video and how often we have to stop it. Like, he's been rubbing off. Well, no, she was always cringe, but she's bad, and she spends her time around Kyle now.
You got to be cringe to get a show with Kyle. Like that's a rule.
Well,
like you're not going to have some normal person on there.
They did the triple threat of cringe. They had Voosh on there. Did you see that? Did you see that?
I saw one small clip where they were kind of arguing.
Well, I didn't see it, but what were they arguing about exactly? Like, because you said that he called Vosh or Voosh a lefty, and that was kind of.
Oh no, that was related to a standalone video that Kyle made in response to Vosh, who was responding to Kyle. But when they had him on, the section I saw, he and Kyle weren't fighting. He was actually fighting with Crystal a little bit. Voosh was, and he was saying, I guess he was saying something like, you know, in your efforts to make Democrats look bad, you elevate the right or something. Which, you know, he said he was like trying to play both sides. He said he understood it because if you demonize the right too much, then people will rush to the Democrats. And then she gave like some half-assed response, and then Voosh was like, okay, fair enough. like he and that was the clip that people were circulating on Twitter, and the clip basically was titled Voosh gives up. Like he just gave up. He was attacking her, and then he was just like, yeah, fuck it, that's too much effort.
That's kind of a Voosh thing to do, though. He will like admit to being lazy oftentimes. So,
Oh, he was super lazy in that clip.
Oh man.
States have passed these laws. Abby had a response to this. She basically said, this is my First Amendment rights were restricted on behalf of a foreign government which flies in the face of the principles of freedom and democracy.
Okay, but she works for fascist Russia and socialist Venezuela. You got to be kidding me. She shills for regimes that throw journalists off of balconies and say that they died of a heart attack. You got to be kidding me. Who falls for this?
My free speech rights.
Oh yeah, because they're big on that in Russia, right, Abby?
That is kind of the irony, you know, peeking its head out every now and then from this absolutely insidious story. But that's very true. That's the great irony. You know what it is? I think it's really great propaganda though on their part, because the goal there is, in order to hide how truly against fundamental freedoms the regimes they shill for are, they're constantly trying to make America look terrible. They're constantly trying to make it look like, oh, in America, we're plagued by problems. You don't even have free speech in America. Think about that. What's that about? And so then you're focused on this, and you're not thinking about the rest of the world. And you might actually buy into it and not realize that actually you do have free speech rights in America. And you can say whatever the fuck you want. Like we're doing right now. Granted, Kevin's not in America. I'm in America. Do you think I'm worried? Do you think I'm worried that the government's going to come battering down my door? You think I'm worried that Joe Biden's going to come to my door after the amount of times I've criticized him? Probably not going to happen.
Yeah, he's going to be like, yo, Reece.
Listen here, Jack.
Yeah, he's like, listen here, Reece. Listen here, Rayoman Roos. I can tolerate a little bit of malarkey, but you crossed the line, man. You crossed the line.
There's a little too much malarkey.
Yeah, you know, the response to that, of course, would be a very firm and hawk-pilled. Where is the meme? Wait, oh yeah, no you. He surrendered to the Taliban. So.
Americans have a right to protest.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a historic, classic form of nonviolent protest.
Okay, but if you do that at your work, you're liable to get fired. Duh.
No, I should be able to do whatever. I should be able to have any kind of expression at work, and it should be fine. You know, some things. You know what's been ruled under protection of freedom of expression? Pornography. Can I film a porno at my work? Hey, it's free speech. It's the First Amendment.
Maybe if you work for a porn studio, maybe.
Well, joke's on you. Yeah, I'm working at the casting couch. That's the big twist that everyone's been waiting for.
Yeah.
And to take that off the table, to make you sign these oaths and these pledges that so many states are, I mean, it really just flies in the face of what America is supposed to be all about.
Well, I guess that's how. I'll say that. That's how Alex R. knew that Erdogan here was, in fact, a thick dude, because Erdogan also moonlights as a porn star in California. So there you go. And he happened to see some of his masterpieces. So there you go.
Masterpiece.
No homo though, bro. No homo though.
Very extremely thick.
Yeah, it was a very tradcon gay porno. So.
I love how
Milo
he said
in it, man. It had Milo Yiannopoulos and Erdogan in it, man. It was wholesome.
Okay, fair enough. Probably had a picnic. Got to set the scene first, Got to really expand people's imagination.
By the way, Reece, like, short brief aside, did you hear that Milo's no longer gay?
Oh, of course I heard about that. Yeah. That's not gonna last.
He apparently filmed himself, and I saw it. There's no real proof that was the ring, but he claims he threw the $150,000 wedding ring in the ocean. So there's that.
That's stupid.
But he's broke, so I have a hard time believing it. So.
It's just like Titanic.
Wow.
So yeah, no, he is broke. How could he do that?
No, I don't believe it. That's the point that Vosh actually brought up. He's like, look, is he dumb enough to do this? Yes, but he's too broke. So
his brokenness outweighs his dumbness.
That's right.
Ultimately, I mean, I'm not the legal or judicial scholar, but I would have to think one of these can make it up.
Yeah, but you're not many things, KGB Crystal. It's like not everybody's gonna be a lawyer or anything. But
she's also not a journalist.
She's also not a journalist. She's not a political scientist. Like, what is even her background? I'm gonna look her up right now. KGB Crystal. See what comes up.
If you look up that though, you might not find her.
Oh wow! I believe the first result for KGB Crystal is that thumbnail that Timothy designed from Superpower Broadcasting. That's the first result for KGB Crystal. Okay, I'm actually gonna look up Crystal Ball, but like you can do it on your Google too. The second result that comes up is a picture of Putin, like almost like winking at you, and there's like a Russian flag and people in the background, and then it says hope, and then there's an iPhone case for an iPhone 12 with Putin and like the Russian colors and stuff. But yeah, now we're gonna look up Crystal Ball with what even is her background, because she is such a freaking brainlet. So her early life and education. Ball graduated from King George High School in King George, Virginia, and then attended Clemson University for 1 year before transferring to University of Virginia, where she received a bachelor's degree in economics. She has a degree in economics.
Wow.
Wait, hold on. She's one of the dumbest people in like online media. Like I guess it's mainstream media. Like this is somewhere between them. Anyway. Yeah, we can move on.
And apparently, I think someone mentioned it earlier. I was aware of this, but this show is ending, and they're going off to some other platform. I don't know what that platform's going to be.
I thought that was fake news. I saw somebody said that they had broken up, and I'm like, I
don't think they broke up. I think the Hill let them go.
Wow.
Which, hey, that'd be good on them. They finally do something right for a change, but.
What are they going to do now? They're going to.
I know that you got to find some more brainlets, and I'm sure. Look, there is not a short supply of them. So, no. But I like how she said, like she tried to position herself as someone who really cares about how America works. This is how we do things here in America.
No. She needs to make a new show going forward with Soggy Sagar, KGB Crystal, called Falling. And it's all about them bitching about how they got fired from the Hill. That'd be kind of fun.
It could be called Falling in Ratings.
Yeah, Falling with KGB Crystal and Soggy Sagar, where we bitch and twitch about the Hill's HR department. Let's go with that.
Somebody can maybe look into that some more. If that's true, that's a big W. The useful idiots being let go from Rolling Stone, that's a big W. That's amazing. Sure. I'll take that over their definition of a W, which was basically nothing for Abby Martin. It's not like she was historic in striking down this law or anything. It's still very much in place.
To the Supreme Court, where all of these laws across the country are going to be ruled unconstitutional because they just blatantly violate the First Amendment.
There's no way that's to stand any scrutiny whatsoever.
All right, we're going to have more Rising for you.
Yeah, press X to doubt on that one, Soggy. So.
Soggy. I really hope that name sticks. That's too good.
No, it's a good one. I did sad, but that's a sad nickname. Soggy is a banger. Let's move on to the next clip. What do you want to dunk on next? I know we got Neckbeard Jim. I know we had some propaganda. What are you down for? Because I'm on a roll, man. I know we also got that loser who never got back to me on email too. That loser, whatever his name was.
Oh yeah, the Humanist Report.
Yeah.
So
cringe.
Yeah, I actually am a little torn because we basically could do any of them.
Oh yeah, no, I'm down to do even a couple.
Let's do the Humanist Report one. Fuck it, why not?
If you've been following my coverage of the Israeli massacre in Gaza, you'd know that I am very...
Oh my God. Massacre? They did everything in their power to give people as much time as possible to get out. I guess they massacred Hamas fighters in those tunnels. Oh, and they lied. They said they were doing an invasion on Twitter, and then they lied about it. It's like, yeah. Read Sun Tzu. All war is based on deception. Like Vosh was upset.
That's a little too high level.
Yeah, Vosh was.
Oh, that's right.
That the IDF lied, and he's like, "Look, we even know that they lie. I don't trust them. They lied. They said that they were doing an invasion, and it turned out not to be true." And I'm looking at this. I'm like, that was a brilliant strategy. They managed to bait Hamas guys into their terror tunnels in anticipation of an imminent invasion, and then they just airstrike the tunnels. And we don't even know.
No, Kevin. This is a brilliant precedent to set, where the military, any military, they need to announce exactly where they are and exactly what they're doing at all times, or else they're liars.
But these people don't request that of Russia and Belarus and everything. They say
they're different. They're anti-imperialists. They're different. They're anti-colonialist powers.
Yeah, I'm a colonizer. By the way, Devin Tracy had a video out today where he had I didn't see the whole thing, but he had his Rue icon where it was like, "I love colonialism" on the shirt.
Oh, that's right. I've seen that.
That's funny. Somebody should show that to Joe Lewis because he called me colonizer. I wonder what he would think. I wonder what he would think of Mr. Tracy.
Jelly Joe would not appreciate that.
No, well, we know Dylan Burns didn't like Devin Tracy very much.
You watch Devin Tracy?
That means you're a fascist.
Be dissatisfied with Joe Biden's predictably terrible response here and his unconditional support to Israel as they carry out war crimes and an ethnic cleansing in Palestine.
No.
War crimes. Okay, no. Tell me one war crime. Well, they'll say the bombing of the Al Jala tower that of Al Jazeera and also the Associated Press. Here's the problem with that. They gave them all the warning possible and hours heads up to get out. And we know that Hamas was using it as a facility for military analysis. So obviously, it was a high-value target.
Even within the parameters
it would be a shocker if they had their military intelligence analysis conducted in just a random building that was just specifically for that purpose. That would be amazing. They don't do that. They always do their high-profile military stuff in schools, hospitals, and press buildings. Duh. Oh, it was a war crime, bro. How about this? Every single one of those rockets that Hamas fired over 4,000, the most recent bout of tensions, that every single one of them was a war crime because they were specifically aiming to kill civilians, which is a war crime. So he is so full of shit.
They would have been a war crime anyway. they were launched without any kind of precedent. Like they had nothing to do. They were basically just capitalizing on rising tensions in a completely different part of the area.
I get what you're saying, but like I know some people are so confused about what a war crime is that when there was drone footage of the Armenian forces in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict or like last year, where some of the drone footage was showing Armenian troops standing around like a couple trucks at a depot, and then they got blown to smithereens by the warheads. People were complaining and talking about how this was Azerbaijani war crimes, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, hold on a second. It's not a war crime to kill troops in an active war. Those Armenian troops would have killed the Azerbaijanis if they had the better technology. That's how war works. People don't know what a war crime is. They just think a war crime is when you kill people. It's like, depends what people are we talking about.
People died, it's a war crime.
Like, they're like, yeah, they were saying like how it's like, oh, they didn't even have a warning or anything. It's like, yeah, that's how war usually works. Azerbaijan had better tech. I'm not even a fan of Azerbaijan. I was like basically neutral on that. But if you had, say, Syria and Israel were at war, for example, and Syria targeted an Israeli airbase and killed Israeli airmen there, that wouldn't actually be a war crime. So
no, it would just be an act of war.
It would be an act of war. So,
but we debate people who think that any act of war is a war crime.
They think that Bill Kristol was a war criminal.
Yeah, he was very well known for his deliberate use of nuclear weapons on the innocent. That's what he was about.
I know people were saying, like, you should just try to get these people to define genocide when they argue with you. You should also get these people to define war crime, too.
And that's definition mongering.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Anglo box, bro.
Get them to define anything. That would be amazing.
Oh, yeah, I can't, like, I was going to say Voosh. Haas, if we ever do debate, you know I'm going to be asking him for a definition on basically every term, and it's going to piss him off. Because he hates being asked for definitions.
He hates it more than
but
life
thankfully,
itself.
Now things are starting to change. I stated in a different video that it kind of feels as if we're at a turning point where the tide is turning in favor of Palestinian human rights, and the excuses that individuals who vociferously defend Israel used to use are no longer persuasive. And better yet, we have a member of Congress who is Palestinian who is actually able to challenge power in a way that we've never seen before. Now, Rashida Tlaib, Palestinian-American lawmaker.
Yeah, you might want to...
What about challenging the power of Hamas? They have absolute power over Gaza, you brainlet.
Yeah, the real challenge will be confronting Joe Biden. That's the real authoritarian in this equation. You might want to pump the brakes on that Palestinian representation because first one out the gate is not doing so great. This is not the best foot forward, shall we say? Rashida Tlaib, no, no, she's fucking garbage.
Wait, I thought that these guys, I don't know about Mike, but I know Jimmy was talking about her as Fraud Squad.
Yeah, no, they
what happened to
in
that?
these circles. The thing is, Jimmy's more dirtbag left than this guy, so I think this guy's a bit more. He's a little bit more toward Pac-Man, I guess, maybe, but obviously way more cringe. So, like, think of this guy as between Pac-Man and Jimmy.
Still pretty cringe.
Yeah, not a great place to be, all around.
Actually confronted Joe Biden to his face and called out his unconditional support to Israel. And Luke Broadwater and Nicholas Fandos of the New York Times write about this, saying,
like, leave me alone.
It's like all I'm hearing from you is malarkey.
Wait a minute. Oh, you're from the squad. Don't you sign my checks? I'm supposed to listen to everything you say, right?
Right.
Representative Rashida Tlaib, Democrat of Michigan, confronted President Biden on Tuesday over his support for Israel amid its bombing campaign against Hamas in Gaza, urging him to stop enabling a government she said was committing war crimes against Palestinians, according to a Democratic aide familiar with the exchange. During a conversation on a tarmac in Detroit, where Mr. Biden had arrived to visit a Ford factory near her congressional district, Ms. Tlaib echoed a scathing speech she delivered last week on the House floor, telling the president that he must do more to protect Palestinian lives and human rights, said the aide, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe her remarks. Ms. Tlaib, who could be seen making her case to Mr. Biden as she greeted him at the steps of Air Force One, told the president that the status quo was only enabling more killing and that his current policy of unconditional support for the Israeli government under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was not working, the aide said. Mr. Biden shook Ms. Tlaib's hand after the conversation and later praised the congresswoman during his public remarks at the factory in Dearborn. And if you want to know what he said,
that's right.
Here's the video.
Oh my.
Yeah, this was not a great moment for him all around.
He's not been having many great moments.
No, I agree. And this is a pretty bad one in the larger scheme.
And Rashid Tlaib, where's Rashid?
Oh yeah, and he also talks in the same manner as Max Blumenthal. So, at least he's older. So.
Yeah, no, he has an excuse. Max is like 40.
I tell you what, Rashid, I want to say to you that I admire your intellect, I admire your passion, and...
No, I take it back. Biden's a better orator than Max. So.
I admire your concern for so many other people.
Your concern.
Concern, bro.
You're concerned.
We're actually going to have to issue one of these again. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Okay, we can proceed.
Bingo.
And it's from my heart. I pray that your grandmom and family are well. I promise you I'm going to do everything to see that they are on the West Bank. You're a fighter, and God, thank you for being a fighter.
Oh, cry me a river.
Okay. First of all, her name is Rashida, not
That's
Rashid.
Right.
That's true. That's true.
He didn't have to say it in such a douchey way, though.
We all know that Biden didn't mean to misname her, though.
No, he did.
He got her gender right, unlike Kyle with Mr. Haspel.
No, it was all out of racism. He looked at a woman of color and he was unable to say her name. It was too exotic.
Yes.
Second of all, you're the president of the United States. Stop praying. Nobody wants to hear about your thoughts and prayers. Start acting by picking.
Wait,
Holy
he's
shit.
calling him out. Wait, we just did that. Thoughts and prayers were literally in the concern alert.
Okay, so far we're in agreement for
Whoa.
once. Let's see where he takes this.
Picking up the phone and threatening to cut off aid to Israel, just like that.
Nope.
It's like he's going up. You're like, wait. And then he
Holy
falls.
shit. Oh.
It's like one of those roller coasters. They go up like, very high and then immediately plummet. And you're like, wow, such a fall from grace. That was sad.
It really is that easy.
Yeah,
you can exert
really.
the pressure that.
Yeah, Joe. You need to pressure. I know. Hey, Israel. I know you guys just got thousands of rockets lobbed your way, but you need to do better. You're not. I know that you're under constant threat and distress, but you need to do better. You need to do better. All those people you kill, all those terrorists, they had families too, man. You didn't even think about that. And then there were other people who were standing by, even though there was plenty of warning, and they didn't move, and they died too. You should feel real bad about that. Because those are totally the same thing, right? Totally the same thing. You have terrorists intentionally targeting everyone. Doesn't matter if you're a civilian or a soldier. Or you have an actual army firing back at the terrorist installations, killing plenty of terrorists who deserve to die, and then a couple people get caught in the crossfire accidentally, and no one celebrates their deaths. Their deaths are tragic. Keep in mind, these are people who are ruled oppressively to begin with. There's no utility to cheering on their deaths whatsoever. And as a result, no one is doing it. These situations are not the same. I wonder which side you came out on. Oops. Wrong. Yeah, it's really on us. We got to pressure Israel. We got to pressure Israel. Do better. How about somebody pressure Hamas?
Wow.
Why? Yeah. We need to. I mean, people are they're so resentful and bitter and bigoted toward Israel. They were upset that we helped pay to rearm the Iron Dome system.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. This has been a kind of a joke that made the rounds on Twitter too. The Iron Dome. What is the purpose of the Iron Dome? The Iron Dome is purely defensive. It's an automated system meant to shoot down Hamas's rockets. And people were upset that we were making Israel harder to attack. Do I need to say anything more? It's not like it was one or two people who were upset. It was thousands upon thousands upon thousands of absolute anti-Semitic Nazi scum. They were upset. That's the real story here, bro. Mike, whatever the hell your name is. Mr. Snoring and Boring himself.
Snoring and Boring.
Let's hear about how Rashida owned Joe Biden a little bit more, I guess.
That you have as a leader to stop this, but you're not doing that. And because the Israeli government knows that they have the US's unconditional support, Benjamin
stop this. Can you believe it? You have the power to stop this. To stop what? To stop Israel's completely justified targeting of the people who just attacked them? Yeah, you have the power to stop. Why would we stop this? For what purpose would we stop this, Mike? What is to be gained from us stopping this? What is that our new policy going forward? Okay, only when our ally is turned into a rebel are they acceptable in our view. Yeah, then maybe we'll consider sending you some aid. Then you'll probably need it.
Wow.
Netanyahu has gotten more brazen than ever, bombing Gaza's sole COVID-19 testing lab and butchering top doctors, further exacerbating the humanitarian crisis that they've already created in Gaza. And that's not even including Israel bombing a building that housed AP journalists.
Yeah, I'm sure that clinic, it was bombed strictly for being a clinic, and because Israel, they didn't want the Palestinians to do any research on COVID-19. They wanted to corner that market with their vaccines, obviously, that they're so racistly hoarding all to themselves. Oh wait, no, they're not doing that at all. I'm sure they targeted doctors very deliberately, and it wasn't people who got caught in the crossfire of a hospital, a typical location that would have been used by Hamas. No, nothing at all. They just saw doctors and they were like, well, they look evil. They look dangerous. Don't they look like Hamas? Okay, yeah. Fire away.
Wow.
Totally. This is such cherry-picked propaganda nonsense.
Jeremy, I don't care about your thoughts and prayers. You're the president of the United States. You have the power to act, and you're choosing to not act.
He sounds like us there. But
Except he says it in like the dumbest way possible. Yeah. You have the power to act. There's nothing to act on here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
The only action is joining forces with the Israelis.
Yeah.
Marching into Gaza and putting an end to that problem forever.
Forever.
Oh my God, that sounded like a call for genocide.
Expressed support for a ceasefire, but you refuse to demand a ceasefire unequivocally. And because that's the case, Israel will continue to commit this massacre, commit atrocities in Gaza. In fact, news broke just as I record this that
we would call for, you have the power to call for a ceasefire. How is that going to work? How is that going to? It's basically all that's going to mean. The reason they say something like that is because we have leverage over Israel to some extent. So we'd say, hey, Israel, we're enacting a ceasefire. And Israel, you know, they might be obstinate about it, but you know, maybe eventually they'd be like, okay, fine, we'll do a ceasefire. And then they continue to be attacked over and over and over for years upon years upon years. Oh, but we have a ceasefire. What? Trying to enforce a ceasefire would have been so stupid. What are you talking? Like this is a joke that I made on some of the past streams where we were talking about the Israeli issue. Is basically the rhetoric from the pro, you know, Hamas crowd was, okay, Hamas attacks, they attack, and then timeout, timesies. We call timeout. You can't look. Let's take time. Let's regroup. Let's think about this a little bit. Let's not rush to any conclusions. I know that we just got off our attack and people have died, but you're not allowed to do anything in response. Ceasefire. Do a little ceasefire. Yeah, that sounds fair. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't at all. Because it is amazingly useful after you have a precedent set where you have been attacked on a large scale. It is within your best interests to take out as many military installations as possible. You know why? So you don't have to be attacked again. So you don't have to use a very expensive Iron Dome system again. You can just use your other conventional means to take out those locations. So fuck you and your ceasefire bullshit, bro.
The Israeli government vows to continue their slaughter of Gaza. So it's really infuriating to see politicians who are in positions of power, especially the president, talk about thoughts and prayers. Nobody wants to hear about your thoughts and prayers. Take action. Stop the bloodshed. Use your power and the executive branch's power to do something.
I wonder how many situations we could apply that to. I wonder how many other situations we could fucking apply that to, Mike, that you would never talk about in a million years because you would lose half your audience overnight. Seems a bit strange, doesn't it? You have the power to act. We don't want to hear about your thoughts and prayers. You have the power to act to stop the bloodshed. You want to talk about Syria? Do you want to talk about Afghanistan? Do you want to talk about Venezuela? Do you want to talk about Belarus? No, you don't want to talk about shit. You want to talk about Israel. Israel. Because it's all you fucking people can talk about. It's tiresome. Give it a rest. You're putting the neo-Nazis out of a fucking job at this rate.
Yeah, that's their job, man.
They don't have a job in it. You took it. You cornered the market.
They took our jobs.
They took our jobs. Fucking hell. Can you, like, these things he's saying in a vacuum, it's like, well, yeah. And then you realize what he's saying it about. It was like, no, you got this one wrong. You got this one so very wrong. I like how all of a sudden it's the United States' responsibility to intervene. When the fuck have you ever advocated for that before? Now it's our responsibility. And we can't just have like a mild suggestion. He said we need to enforce the ceasefire. Do you think he's going to say we need to enforce a ceasefire anywhere fucking else? Nope. Nope. You know why he's saying this? He's saying it because it's about Israel. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Specific, targeted criticism, in quotes, of Israel. And Israel alone. I wonder if there's a word for that. I wonder if there's a... This is a perfect example of this. He's saying this about Israel. He wouldn't say this about anywhere fucking else. Maybe Yemen. But he'd be wrong about that one too. Very interesting, Mike. All of a sudden, it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility to intervene against our allies, not against anyone else. Our allies. Those are the problematic nations of the world. Fuck off. You said you were going off. I'm going off. This is shit.
No.
This is like the worst video we've seen from him.
I was higher energy earlier on, and now you're higher energy.
I took your energy.
Your power and the executive branch's power to do something. But he's not doing it. So, I mean, it's a little ridiculous that the president of the United States, after a member of Congress who's Palestinian begged and pleaded with him, I mean, all he offered was prayer. It's embarrassing, honestly. He should be embarrassed. That's a terrible response.
It's a hilarious response, honestly, given that context.
Yeah, it's kind of trolly.
Like, yeah, she's, thoughts, and we're gonna pray over this, and Rashid, she's great, and where's my ice cream cone? I don't want to ever talk about this again. Bye. Wow.
Now, this is the reaction to an event that took place near Joe Biden's speech. There's many solidarity with Palestine events going on. One of them was in Detroit, and this was the reaction to Joe Biden appearing in their city as he's permitting Israel to do genocide in Gaza.
Oh, no.
Genocide.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Genocide.
No. Oh, my God. Genocide. Define genocide, Mike. Oh my God.
Because clearly they're being intentionally targeted for being of a different ethnicity. That's the reason. Maybe they should actually, if they were planning on doing a genocide, maybe they should march in and actually do the genocide. You know, like when they said that they were going to go in, they said they were going to go in and do an invasion, and then Vosh was all pissed. Where was the genocide?
Yeah.
Nowhere to be seen. Oh, this is going to be terrible.
But they bombed an empty press building that had Hamas intel inside.
That was building genocide. I heard it from the lips of former presidential candidate Mitt Romney that corporations are people.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, StreamYard, come on.
StreamYard doesn't want to do this.
I mean, all he offered was prayer. It's embarrassing, honestly. One of them was in Detroit, and this was the reaction to Joe Biden appearing in their city as he's permitting Israel to do genocide in Gaza.
Let me say, the president is down the street right now. He's down in the south end of Dearborn. He thinks he can just walk into Dearborn.
Oh yeah, it's really struggling. Oh man.
Flailing and failing.
Yeah, there we go. I think it finally got it
They
together.
have shut down the whole south end to make sure that nobody could get close to him, that nobody could let him know how we feel.
I mean, clearly there's people close to him, but whatever.
They're not just gonna let randoms go up and wow.
There's also a thing called the pandemic.
not to, but they're not wearing masks or anything, so whatever.
No, they don't give a shit anymore.
Wow.
We have over 1,000 people here today.
And one dude wearing a mask. And one dude wearing a mask.
It better be a free Palestine mask, though.
You know, if you're going to one of those rallies, the chances you run into somebody wearing a mask, it'll be like if they're a member of or standing in solidarity with the Al-Qassam brigades, because those guys wear masks. And
The chances of running into someone wearing a mask are the chances of running into someone here who's not mask off. Huh?
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Oh yeah, did you see Alex R today? He was saying on Twitter how like he said, "I'm done. I'm not going to wear a mask anymore. I'm taking the mask off. Like I'm not wearing a mask anymore." As a big F you to all the libs, Dems, atheists, and something else. The other one, I forget. Rick Perry.
He also made sure to note that he's unvaccinated.
That's true.
Okay, so everyone, you know, anyone in this community, you've seen Alex R. He's also known as No Eyebrows Boy. Just be aware if you see him in public to stay away. He is a public health crisis on the move.
That's true.
I don't know much about physics. I don't know much about sound, but
Physics isn't easy.
I don't. I don't know much about physics. I don't know much about sound, but I know that we can make the most annoying sound in this whole goddamn city.
I bet they can.
I know the south end is that way. So can everyone look that way, and with the loudest voice you can say, "Free, free Palestine! Free, 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 free Palestine!" Joe Biden is going to hear us today one way or the other.
Again, that was one of.
You probably didn't hear any of them, honestly.
That's probably true. He's gonna hear us one way or another. Like, there's no way he was gonna hear that.
He'll tune in. Well, like, what if he tunes into Mike Figueredo? Then he'll hear us.
You know, I doubt even Yang watched the video about him specifically. So there's no way in hell Joe Biden's watching Mike Figueredo.
Many Palestinian solidarity protests taking place around the world right now. So it's nice to see people.
Also known as cringe gatherings.
Yeah, let's see. If somebody can check, we checked before and Andrew Yang was still following Mike. But I wonder if he unfollowed him, though.
I doubt it. I doubt he cares, to be honest with you. He's busy, you know. He's got his mayoral race, you know. He's He's got things going on. But okay, so let's explore this idea real quick. The idea of these free Palestine Dungeons and Dragons LARPing gatherings. Okay, so you have these when they go here when they're chanting free Palestine. Is there ever echoed a single criticism of the government of Gaza that, while elected democratically, pretty trash democracy pretty soon afterward? Got any criticisms for that? No. Never once. Never once. Free Palestine. Yes, I agree with the message. On some level, I agree. It'd be a very tricky process, don't get me wrong. But I agree. But you got the wrong target, wrong boogeyman. Your hate's directed in the wrong way.
Free
Not once. There's no way you would ever hear any criticism of the Palestinian Authority or Hamas at one of these rallies.
Oh, yeah.
And I dare someone who goes to these things, maybe Jay, he doesn't have time for that shit anymore. Find somebody else. Go to one of these events, film people, ask them, straight up ask them, what do you think about the Palestinian Authority? What do you think about Hamas? When they're chanting free Palestine, they don't actually mean free Palestine. They fully believe in keeping Palestine, not even a real place. They believe in keeping Gaza and the West Bank under the control of jihadists and jihadist enablers. That's what they believe in. Do it. Do it. I fucking dare you. Do it. You're not going to find any kind of satisfactory answer.
No, yeah.
Step up and speak out finally and get on the right side of history and condemn Israeli apartheid and the ethnic cleansing and genocide that they're carrying out currently in Palestine.
Seriously?
But back to Rashida Tlaib, I absolutely commend her. I'm thankful that we have her voice in Congress to actually speak out, to represent the plight of the Palestinian people, to actually have family in West Bank. And
I'm thankful that Liz Cheney is in Congress. There's that.
I mean, like, who is watching this? Like, you know, I tuned in. I was really curious what Mike Figueredo thought about Rashida Tlaib. And, you know, just, you know, it's been confirmed. He's a big fan. Really appreciates what she's been doing. Okay, we're good. We're good. Just wanted to confirm that. Like, what? Just a pointless diatribe. Yes, of course you're in favor of Tlaib, Mike. Of course you are. No one is shocked by this.
Well,
Thanks.
no, I thought that there was a chance that he was going to support Netanyahu, but no.
You know, every other day it seems to fluctuate, so it's a fair concern.
Plead their case. We never had this before, and it's really important to have that
I see why we didn't.
Representation in Congress, especially
this
now.
Is cringe. No, this is cringe.
Mega
this
cringe.
isn't something to be applauded. We have someone. We basically have the Hamas caucus in our own government. That's what we have. We have people in our government. There's the sole purpose of their job right now, what they're really concerned about, and quite frankly, what they were concerned about the moment they got elected, was downplaying armed resistance, let's put that in quotes, against Israel. That's what they were interested in doing. And severing the connection between the United States and Israel, breaking that connection, breaking that alliance. That is the goal of these Congress people. Seems a bit nefarious, does it not? No, apparently not. Not at all. One of the people, one of Rashida Tlaib's most known associates for years. I'm not remembering this guy's name, but you've probably seen him around, Kevin. He's a bald guy. This guy was with her since the beginning. He had a video come out. It was a car video, so you knew it was awesome, where he's basically filming himself in this car. And he's talking about the recent surge of anti-Semitic hate crimes. And he was essentially saying, we can't criticize that. We can't be focused on that right now because that will go away once Israel is demolished. Once Israel is no longer their government is no longer in power.
Hey man, there wouldn't be anti-Semitism if Hitler had won, man. Think about it.
These are the kinds of people that Rashida Tlaib pals around with, just to give you a little context of the kind of person we're dealing with here. And the kind of movement.
But you watched Devin Tracy.
Yeah, I do. What the fuck's wrong with that? That would be my response to that. All the whinging and twitching. Oh, you let Devin Tracy.
Re.
Okay,
let's. We're almost done here with this clip.
Thank goodness.
So people like the president don't just have one side in his ear. They actually get a little bit of pushback. Joe Biden actually hears from Palestinians.
He's been getting pushback from the Bernie bros since day one.
Yeah, I'm sure he's heard all these things before. He doesn't need to be harassed at the airport about it.
Wow.
Yeah, like, can you imagine, like, you get off Air Force One, so already you're feeling swaggy because you're the president and you were on Air Force One. You descend the stairs, and then this bitch is waiting there for you. Fuck.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That is a day mood killer right there.
No, I know. Like, that's the thing. If I was the president, it'd be super swaggy. That'd be fun, cruising around in Air Force One. But then to have to deal with her, you're like, why did I sign up for this job again? Be pestered by her?
Palestinian, at least I should say, who's not just going to accept the same tired excuses that we've been hearing for decades as the United States permits Israel to commit these atrocities.
Wow.
Okay.
Jay said he did have time to film these kinds of events. So okay, fair enough, my dude. I retract that. I do apologize. So, if you want to go to a Free Palestine event and interview some people, well, all I can say is stay safe because I'm guessing some of them will get rather violent when presented with questions of that sort.
Just pretend that you are for freeing Palestine, which we are. You're like, yeah, free Palestine, free Palestine. Send in the IDF now, liberate it. No, okay. Okay, so we got a couple short clips. You got a couple short clips, super short ones.
I'll let you pick. What do you want to do?
We got that one, the Star Trek thing. That one's like 45 seconds.
Oh,
we got one, human rights and U.S. foreign policy. That one's 90 seconds. So let's do the Star Trek thing first. Sure.
No. This was from Bad Middle East Takes.
Hamas are terrorists, but
Wait, who is this? Pronoun she, her? Okay, but who are you? She has a...
Bad Bunny, I'm guessing.
Oh, Bad Bunny. Well,
this
who the hell is that? Wait, who the hell is
this? E-girl. Some Twitch person. Honestly, this video would be improved if you were in a hot tub. We all know it. We're all thinking
that's the new meta now. Big views, subs, and primes. Bigfollows.hottub.com.
Hot tub.
No. They're in the chat. They're in the chat on Twitch right now. Like, I'm not going to leave it up because that probably violates TOS promoting a scam. But yeah, no, that brainlet is in the Twitch chat right now. One of those bots. It's become such a meme. Maybe that's an actual account that's like trolling us. Like just making that to bait us or whatever. But Bad Bunny, that just sounds like such an unserious. Hold on a second. What? 586,000 followers. I stream leftist politics and educate myself and others. I am also considered quote unquote sassy. Welcome. How have I never heard of this person before? I've heard of Denims, who has like 20,000 followers. How have I never heard of her? I don't think Vosh has ever even talked about her. Wait, so she's like RedTube, but nobody. Well, I've never heard of her before.
To be honest, I think she's ascended beyond BreadTube based on what's said in this clip. But they're a little on the same page. But I think that even Vosh would word it a bit differently. Not much
issue is
differently,
that they
mind you.
Okay, we'll start this again.
Hamas are terrorists, but the issue is that they fight to free Palestine, but no one in the Gaza Strip wants Hamas rule. Listen, if Hamas are terrorists,
Hamas.
then you're gonna have to start, and this is an option.
If Hamas are terrorists, if Al Qaeda is if ISIS is terrorists, you mean if, dumbass?
If that's what's going on. Big if.
If the Nazis are genocidal, if the Pope is Catholic,
we're still waiting for
Gonna
the
have to
verdict
start
on that one.
reassessing whether or not terrorism is bad.
oh come on! Reece, did you see this clip already?
Of course I did.
I missed this one. I've been a busy hawk. What the fuck? Seriously?
Mask off.
Mask off. Well, the question was the mask ever even on? Was the mask ever even on?
That's a good question.
Unbelievable. So she was in Hamas-controlled territory. She was not allowed to be doing what she's doing right now. Simple as that. She get executed for doing what she's doing.
I like how in that moment she like chose to look directly at the camera, like, yeah, I'm educating you and myself.
Yeah, that's already the thumbnail for the highlight clip, by the way. We're actually going to get back on to rolling those out because those actually get a fair number of impressions. Some people have been introduced to the channel just on the highlight clips of this show.
Hell yeah.
And some people aren't really happy. Like, for example, one of those Jimmy highlight clips that was like a few minutes long got like 600 views. I think it got more than the Ghoul Gang Rising episode, for example.
That's awesome.
So, and they were not happy. It got ratioed to shit. And I'm like, okay, more views and subs and watch time for me. Great. Wonderful. Okay.
You've been ratioed. That means something.
Oh, wait, that's an even worse. Okay, that one's going to be the thumbnail.
I told you. Got to reassess your priorities and your values. This is the hill you want to die on? Hamas? I'm sorry.
By the way,
Hamas.
Do better as far as e-girls go. Like, I'm going to say that right now. People or whatever.
Damn, man. Oh, you're a savage.
No, she looks like a lanky tree. Not like a moderately rotund tree or whatever. She
looks like Liz.
Oh my god! I'm never gonna unsee that again. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Liz made a sock account, and that's actually her. And that's actually her. I didn't
Liz, you're back. I
didn't nuke her whole career, bro. That she just like faked her own death, and it turned out she did do fine after the debate. No, she's garbage. She's trash. She's trash. Wow, what? No, there's something that's not right about that. She's just like, I mean,
something that's not right.
No. You can be unconventionally attractive, but like, can't really be ugly and have that whole thing going on. Like, what the hell? No. She basically is Liz. Like, oh, you call her ugly. It's like, yeah, she just supported Hamas, so deal with it.
Yeah, she's at that point. You really earned whatever gets said about you.
Unbelievable. No, she looks like trash. She's trash on the inside, trash on the outside. Like, what is going on there? She looks like she's like 84 years old. What the fuck?
I hear that evil ages you.
Dude. 600K subs. I stream leftist politics and educate myself and others.
Step aside,
have
Vosh.
to be kidding me. I'm looking at her stupid profile right now, and it's all like sexually suggestive poses and stuff. I'm like, if you were in Hamas-controlled territory, you would get stoned. BadBunny. They're a patriarchal.
It sounds like a threat, bro.
Dictatorship. And here you are shilling for them. This is what we call cognitive dissonance. This is the era of cringe that I talked about. I thought this clip was going to be faster. Unbelievable garbage. Absolute garbage.
Well, this is like, basically what we were discussing in the previews.
Fifth column filth right here.
Yes. This is basically what we were discussing in the last clip.
She basically is anorexic. That's like indisputable. That's unbelievable. Wow.
So if you go to the event, the free Palestine event, if you go there and you say, well, should we free Palestine from Hamas? And obviously, you'd be talking about the Gaza Strip. Do we free Gaza from Hamas?
Oh my God!
And people, this would be the reaction.
I'm bringing this up on the screen. Bump this. We're actually going to have to take a look at this. This is so ridiculous. We thought the gray zone was bad by not accepting any tier of donation on their Patreon under $13.50. What I'm about to show you blows that out of the water. You might say, and I'm sure some of her simps would probably say, oh, well, that was just irony, bro. I don't care. I guess the gray zone was irony too. So I want you to take a look at the tip jar. Give me your fucking money. Note that anything you contribute is non-refundable. Make sure the money is yours and that you're okay with parting it before donating. Want to give me your Bitcoin? Here's my address. I won't be able to see who donated Bitcoin because of the whole blockchain thing. $500 now. What? Okay. But you shill for a group that would have the capitalist system burnt into the ground. And all of the creators of the systems that allowed for you to receive that money executed as infidels, as kafirs. You got to be kidding me. I mean,
it's a good grift, man.
No. Like, here's the thing. Again, maybe this is a hot take. Maybe this is a little bit of a hot take. There are like lots of simpable women out there on Twitch, especially with the whole hot tub meta and stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
No, dude, this is a joke, bro. Like, and then on top of all of this, you throw on the Hamas apologetics. No, dude, end of this, man. This has to be Twilight Zone right now. Like, if all of a sudden, because there used to be a time when, back in the day, being like very overweight was like in Victorian times and stuff. And I believe in like Imperial China, it was seen as like, oh, that meant that you had access to resources. It was desirable. And it was sexualized and stuff if you were fat. But like, imagine we went into a Twilight Zone episode where like everybody tried to make themselves look like they were like 85. And that's like sexy now. Like, the geriatric ward is the new hot girl summer. This is what we're looking at right here. No, you gotta be kidding me, dude. It's 600,000 followers. See, like, this is the problem. It's not just her, by the way. It's not just her. All these leftist circles, they all say the same crap. Like, oh, well, they're terrorists, but like, is it really that bad, bro? Because they're fighting Jews. Basically, is what's implied there. So it's implied there.
But believe it or not, the clip actually gets worse.
Oh my God.
And that's the thing. Like, Star Trek Deep Space Nine with Kira and Reece, when she was fighting against the fascist Cardassians for basically enslaving her people, the Bajorans, she took up arms and fought against the fascist government, and she identified herself as a terrorist.
Totally the same thing.
Hamas are Islamofascists. Like, it's not like that analogy could never work. I've defended Uyghurs defending themselves, for example, against the Chinese authorities. And I've said if they want to firebomb police stations and government buildings in China, go ahead, right? The CCP is doing a genocide against them. But
she's got the wrong ideological dynamic.
A little bit different here. Right?
I like how off the wall.
I can't, dude. I can't. What is this?
She went from I think the reason it was circulating on Twitter and why people found it so funny was she went so casually from, you need to start thinking that terrorism's not so bad. And then she started dropping Star Trek references.
No, this is garbage. I'm done. I don't really have anything else to add. Fifth column filth. Everybody who watches this should be ashamed of yourself. And if you're going to give me the excuse of, well, I just like watch her because like I simp and she's hot. Go watch any of the other e-girls out there that are hot, will actually do the hot tub streams, and won't defend terrorism on stream.
Yeah, that's
a lot of them.
very...
A lot of them, I'm sure, if you were to ask, what do you think of Hamas? They'd say hummus. I like putting hummus on food. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. You know, go simp them. Go simp them. This is garbage, dude. Absolute garbage. Absolute 100% defense of the most retrograde, reactionary, patriarchal bullshit in the world. And I'm guessing she probably thinks of herself as like some base feminist or whatever. Almost certainly. Unbelievable garbage. People like this, no. They need to be recognized by society as fifth column. So, I mean, what else do you say to this, really? Unironically supporting terrorism, unequivocally, too. No, there were no sort of caveats or qualifications there. It was just straight up, like, she admitted it. Now, Scoff, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
How old is she, by the way?
I don't know.
Wait. She says she's 33 and lives in Seattle.
She didn't seem 33 to me.
She was 84.
But she sounds like she's 18.
Oh yeah, she sounds like she's 18. Has, like, when you're looking at her here, looks like she's 84. And then has the political ideology of somebody who died 1,700 years ago, or not 1,700 years ago. I should say 1,300 years ago, fighting for Muhammad to expand the empire.
You don't want to mess that one up.
Yeah.
The history buffs will come for you.
That's right. No, 1,300 years ago, trying to expand Muhammad's empire into the Maghreb. That's what we're getting here. Garbage. No, absolute garbage. This is ridiculous. What's people's excuse? Again, you can literally watch anybody. You I mean, because I know she wouldn't have that many subs and followers if it wasn't the whole simp factor or anything going on there.
Oop, you're not allowed to say that.
Oh, I'm not allowed to say that, I guess?
It's too spicy. But it's true.
No, but it's true. It's like, oh, you're not allowed to say that gravity near the surface of the Earth, 9.81, meters per second.
You're not allowed.
Not allowed. It's a fact, but you can't say it. You have to say it's like 3 meters per second squared. Bro.
That's what's expected down there.
Yeah, politically correct, right? So, no, I again, it's like you might say, oh, that's misogyny or whatever. It's like, no. You know what's misogyny? Defending Hamas. That's misogyny.
That's true.
Like, they're actual patriarchal fascists. So no, I mean that's it. I'm not a misogynist or anything, but how do you like it, right? I mean, because if you were to go to Gaza, this would be the least of that. They would stone you to death and call you a whore. So they would do.
Really? Because a real misogynist wouldn't have to deny that they were one. Got him.
Yeah, no, this is bullshit. She's garbage. She's absolute garbage. Yeah, I want to know, by the way, I know Devin's asked people before, if any of you who watch me are a fan of Palestine, if you're against Israel, just like let me know so that I can like shame you or whatever and be done with you. I want to know right now, is anybody like a fan of this streamer? Like,
they could debate you.
No, I'm not like gonna just boot you like Devin would do. He's not a debate me bro. I'm a debate me bro. I want to know so that I can debate you. Like, unironically, right now, if anybody's a fan of her, I want you to come here and debate me. Seriously. I want you to come here and debate me. We have the receipts. We have what she said. Come and debate me. Because the only way you're going to make any sort of solid footing to defend her is if you also defend Hamas. But at least I'll get you to admit it. So, wow. No, I thought that was going to be fast. Unbelievable. Anyway, you got any final thoughts on that? We'll go to the other clip otherwise.
No. That one pretty much speaks for itself. It's whew, you know it's a bad take when it ends up on bad Middle Eastern takes.
Yeah.
Rachel Corrie's death has had a
Oh yeah, this was Russia did it.
lasting impact.
Or no, TRT.
No, this is Turkish media.
This is Turkish.
The death of countless nameless Palestinians, less so. It is, of course, expedient for US administrations, past and present, to reduce the Palestinian-Israeli conflict to what it isn't: terrorism by Hamas and before it the PLO that threatens Israel's security and its very existence.
That's
The
true.
United States' unconditional, blinded support of Israel is repeated ad nauseum.
Is she denying that the PLO did terrorism? Like, what about the Olympics and shit? Like, what? Whatever.
Justified.
Chris says, fan of Palestine here. Don't know this lady. Well, anyway, debate me. Like, you've been watching my show for a long time. Come and debate me.
Diplomatic, financial, and military support for a state that is an occupying power under international law. The conflict is not between two equal parties. It is not about religion either. And it is not about Israel's existence or security. It is about
What?
justice and human rights.
No.
And so, in short, if President Biden wants to bring...
What's up with, like, the American iconography going on in the background? Is that just like their US segment, or are they trying to appeal to people like Alex R? Or
Potentially, maybe that's the secret. Maybe it's like a hypnotism sort of thing. I don't know.
You can be a patriot of America and Turkey, man.
Ah, yes. And you can be in support of the thick dude.
That's right.
There's so much wrong here in such a short amount of time. It's honestly kind of amazing. It's amazing. So what makes it even worse is she acknowledged the terrorist threat. Like, she's not like the last girl who was pro-terrorist. No, she's like, she knows, oh, there's terrorists and they pose a threat. Okay. But you're seriously going to tell me that this conflict has nothing to do with religion? How fucking dumb do you think we are? Has nothing to do with religion. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure the jihadists are not influenced by religion at all. I'm sure that doesn't play a factor into their daily lives. What else did she even say?
I like this one from Mass Creation Broadcast. Some say the U.S. should intervene in despotic regimes. Some say it should not, but deep down we all know Palestine isn't a state.
Very true. Hold on. Let's go back like 10 seconds. We missed a lot.
Either. And it is not about Israel's existence or security. It is about justice and human rights. And so, in short, if President...
Now we know what she said. Yeah, it's not about Israel's existence. You have a group dedicated to ending Israel's existence. Oh, but the conflict has nothing to do with Israel's existence. What? How can you say this? And then she did the whole meme about disproportionate powers. As if that matters. As if that matters. As if you are the technologically lesser power, if you are the weaker power, that means you're the good one, right? That means you're the person we should sympathize with. Nope. Not at all. Yeah, that's how it works. By that logic, do you support the IRA? Like, what is this? This doesn't count as reasoning. Oh, they smaller, so they good.
Wait, a lot of these people would support the IRA, though.
Well, that's extremely concerning, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, see, Chris says I do support the IRA.
Yikes. Okay, mask off. Wait, it was never
He was never mask on, though. So
Put a mask on. You're getting us all sick with your bullshit.
President Biden wants to bring peace to the Holy Land and live up to his own pledge to put human rights at the core of his foreign policy. Foreign occupation, which is a naked violation of basic human rights, will have to be reversed. Imagine for a second.
My international law. My occupation under international law. We of the Green Lantern Corps, also known as the UN. That's too cool of a comparison. You know, we of the Legion of Doom, more like it. We have decreed. We're not very happy that in 1967 Israel had a war and won, and that makes us very upset because then after that war, Israel, instead of just like being like, okay, let's just go about business as normal, they decided to take some territory, and so it would not be up for grabs later on. And within the time since then, they have greatly improved those regions, not to mention the freedom within those regions. Hello, East Jerusalem. They've made Israel occupation makes the world a better place. There's a pill for you. No one wants to talk about that, though. Yeah, occupation, too, in quotes. Not even really. Under international law. As if that even means any fucking thing anymore.
Yeah.
My international law.
Well, we're almost done this clip. I'm thinking about calling it after we're done this one.
Yeah, no, this is all good.
If Palestinians were Israelis, living under military occupation and dehumanized for decades by an apartheid system, what would US policy have been then?
Wow, okay.
Wow.
My apartheid. Nope.
Apartheid.
my part-time. My part-time job.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Turkey. That's Turkish media for you.
I like how you're literally Erdogan right now, though.
Yeah, Erdogan is not pleased. The thick dude is not pleased with this. Take this off the air.
Yeah, no, I think we lived up to it. This was the worst cavalcade of cringe we've ever done. I don't think next week is going to be near this level, but we'll see. So,
no, this was a fairly amazing collection, and we got to some old favorites and some new faces. Hopefully, some faces we'll never see again. And you know, of course, I already have plans. I already have plans for next week, so we'll see what happens then. But of course, you can tune in. We start every Saturday night, 12 a.m. Mountain Time. Sorry, I can never remember the other times.
Yeah, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
There you go. There you go. It's too late to remember things like that.
And so,
but if you have any suggestions, you know, you could leave a comment on this video. You could contact us on Twitter or my channel, Spooky Nukies. That's all good. And we generally try to keep it things that are recent, things that happen within the week. But if something's especially terrible, maybe we'll consider having a throwback every now and then. But no, this was a pretty cringe batch, if I do say so myself.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
A binge of cringe.
Yeah.
So, thank you for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for staying with us. We still have 18 of you, so thanks for that. And a huge thank you to Net7 tonight for the $140 donation. Really appreciate that. The microphone is now totally paid off. That's awesome. And we will keep on pumping out content for you. So I, of course, I stream daily. I also do premieres every day. And that's all basically powered by you guys. And so if you want to support the channel, you can check me out over on Ko-Fi. You can send me tips via PayPal. And you can, of course, consider joining the Patron Gang over on Patreon. Once we hit $500 a month over there, we'll have 3 videos rolling out each day instead of 2. And, in the meantime, we're going to keep on dropping hot pills left and right. And I don't really have too much else to add, but I mean, man, that was some cringe, right? I mean, totally ridiculous.
Quite enough for 1 week, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. That's enough malarkey for a month, but we'll be back next week. So thank you.
No rest for us.
No. No rest for the hawk pilled. So thanks for tuning in, and I will see you in the next video. Take care, everybody, and stay big.